Other assessors. Because I could tell she was having an interest. I was like, hey, don't think there aren't some big moves being made.
And historically, she has from all different directions.
What is it?
I said
I don't think I said that. But it's
it's going to keep happening anyways, but I think it's too first.
Except you.
So just to.
I've got 8 o'clock, so I guess we'll get this started. Morning, everyone. Just a reminder, if you have a microphone, turn it on when you're talking. Please speak into the microphone. And Monica and Tom, when you guys are referring to lines and stuff, if you tell us what line number you're reading, you know, this line's up or down, tell us what line it is, number by number. It makes it easier for us to find the line. Well, however you're doing it, just when you're talking about, I raised this one or I decreased this one. If you give us that, then we can find it on that budget sheet a heck of a lot faster. Any other questions or comments? I think they did rock, paper, scissors without you, Monica, and Tom was going first.
All right, I assume you all have a copy of the proposed budget. There's not a lot of changes to it, even in the light of inflation. Really, we've been tightening our belts for a long time at the wastewater plant. And staffing wise, we're right at a bare minimum, but we're able to function well and efficiently. There's only 2 line items that we changed. One of them was due to a contract for sludge hauling or handling, spreading after we haul it out. And that's built into the contract. And it's a certain percentage, I think it's 3% every year. And the other one was an increase for fuel. And this is mostly diesel fuel to power the generator. We have a deal with Alliant. It's interruptible service, and we're able to save quite a bit on our electricity by being a part of that. And when there's a high demand, they'll call us, and if it warrants it, we'll turn our generator on and run on generator power. So they have more power to distribute other places. And right now, we're on a warning because it's so cold. So they could get, if my phone goes off, letting us know that we need to switch over. We have about a half an hour, and then we'll switch over and we'll be on our own power. But as much as it still is well worth it, the amount of that we spend on diesel for the generator for the decreased electric rates. But having said that, those are the only 2 lines. Does anybody have any questions? Anything you want we could discuss?
How are you looking with capital projects down there? I know last year you brought a handful of projects to our attention at this time that were not ever written into your budget. So do you have anything planned for this year?
Yes, we do. We have 2 accounts, and Jim is more familiar with those because I don't understand.
Even in your main budget, your 815, your fund 610, then 815, and then down at the bottom 6710 capital equipment. You have a used loader that you were wanting to buy. What was that you were doing?
A used loader. We haven't really looked in depth for one of those yet.
But they are looking at an
end loader.
end loader to use down there, and you can get the 22450. I don't know where you came up with that number, but I know we looked at some different models while you're in with your budget, and I mean, you can find some used ones in that price range. It's not one that you use all the time.
Right.
So
And that's
being used is okay.
Yeah. And the main reason we were looking so much back then is we had back from the digester cleaning that we did a couple of years ago, we had a lot of sludge literally laying around the plant, and it composted and everything. We just needed to get it loaded and get it out. And that's the main reason we were looking to one. We've since had it removed, and we could always use one because sooner or later, sometime, we're going to have piles of sludge that we didn't have anything to do with. We had to put somewhere, and we're going to need to load it and get it out. it would help with, grit, different kind of sludge, you know, if we have a spill of that, just to move it around to our sludge drying bed. But it's not urgent right now. So that's kind of why it's taken a back burner. But we do have a few other projects, and a lot of those are coming out of those other two accounts that I mentioned earlier.
So the first one, you have two different accounts, and I don't know if Celeste, if you have did you have the expenditure line items for the capital, sewer capitals, or no in there? I just couldn't remember if you printed it out for them. So there are two different funds that he uses. Now, you're not going to see, I'll give a sheet later that'll show his Fund 611. It is on your screen in front of you, and it's on the overhead. His Fund 611 has, coming into this year, had just shy of $1 million in it. That was originally, we did the bond issue for 1.8 million back in 2023 for the belt press, for specifically to address needs with ADM.
Mhm.
And when that plant closed down, you didn't need the funds for that belt press.
Correct.
We've been spending that down over the ensuing years. We did a transfer actually out of that account into another one, which I'll talk about separately. With the balance that's in there, you still have some projects online. One of them that I left funded in here, you were looking to get a new gas detection for buildings.
Mhm.
What's going on with that?
We had another bid. It wasn't written down, but we had another bid come in quite a bit underneath what we had looked at, and we were trying to find the information on that. And since it was over the phone, we can't find it literally. But we just need to put more effort into it, and that's something else that's not as urgent as some of the other needs, because everybody is issued hydrogen sulfide detectors when they start, and if they choose to wear them, they can, and it detects the bad gases if they're in there, the bad gas if it's in a building. But it's always nice. It's so much more convenient and put your mind at ease when you can when the alarm's not going off and those detectors are working, the ones that are on the buildings, in the buildings. There's monitors for 4 different things: oxygen content, carbon monoxide, hydrogen sulfide, and methane. And there's only a few buildings where those gases could build up. And if they do build up, you want to know about it. And that's what the wearable detectors do.
So we're kind of looking, based off of the discussions we had a few weeks ago, maybe 15,000 getting spent on that. That would still be in this year. It's an unbudgeted item. But this is a fund with that $1 million that Tom really needs to get spent down. When you borrow money for a sewer project, you have to use it within the confines of what you said you were borrowing the money for. And they do not like you not getting the money spent. You end up into they call it a negative arbitrage situation. It's the SEC does not look kindly on not spending the money that you've borrowed for the purposes that you originally had it. So we're trying to get that money spent down on sewer related projects. We had a couple other items that we put in here, but I ended up moving them on Tom to a different account, which is another one that we are required to get spent. And we'll talk about that account in a minute here. In this one, I do have a project listed out, because I don't think it's, talking with you, I didn't think it was going to happen next year. But you're looking to do a primary digester rehab?
Yeah, it probably won't happen next year. And there'll be a little bit of clean out involved, but we'll look at the infrastructure on it. And it's not as urgent as some of the other projects. And it's odd being in the position where you have to spend a lot of money. Usually we're not flush with money.
I can find other spots to spend it within the sewer system, but go ahead.
And so I don't want to put it towards processes that don't really need it. Because we have some processes that we haven't done anything to them for 30 plus years that are going just fine. And I don't want to plan on those breaking down because I don't think they will. The difficulty lies in the ones trying to identify the parts of the processes that do need attention, that do need money given to them. And typically in any wastewater plant, you put money towards something when it breaks. You address it when you have to. So right now, we can look at the end of life on things, but that's not always a good indicator. We have 2 pumps, circulating pumps, that have been there since that process was built, and they're going just fine. But they're 40 years old. So how do you plan? Do you plan on them still working? Because you don't want to replace something that's working just fine. But we do have bid in for both of those pumps. So it's kind of difficult. And the projects that we're working on right now that we do have plans to address. One of them is a turntable for a clarifier. And I want to say that's going to be anywhere from, we got a lower bid, but it's a different brand of equipment. I think it was like 45,000, and the other bid was I think it's 75. I originally figured it was going to be between $65,000 and $85,000. So we're going to have to look at that. And it's always nice to have the same equipment on one clarifier as you have on the other. Any kind of process, if you have 2 digesters, you want the same equipment on both of them. 2 clarifiers, the same equipment on both of those. And I don't know, that's something when we do go to decide, I'd figure I'd talk with y'all and see your thoughts and feelings about that.
With this primary digester rehab, he had 325,000 as an estimate out in
That's-
FY '28. The way I currently have it budgeted across 2 funds. We'll get to the other fund in a minute. But about 250,000 of it out of this account, the remainder in the other account. The current year, we're still looking to transfer out of this 611 fund, about 300,000 of that outstanding balance over to the street project for Bel Air. That Bel Air is maybe, from a $1.2 million to $2 million capital actual costs. A portion of that is for
Sewer.
replacing the sewer infrastructure. And so that the transfer here is to try to cover the sewer portion of that project.
Yeah, that's fine.
Does that make sense on that? And I'll go over and look at the other fund that has some expenditures for Tom's expenses. There aren't any in the current budget out of this fund 611, but I want to give you the context of where it fits with what we're doing in the other ones. Fund 6, no. We spent that one. Fund 613. I mentioned that we transferred money out of the other account, out of that $1.8 million. We had to transfer money over into this account, plus we put in receipts from ADM as part of a settlement with, was that DNR or EPA or both?
It was mandated by the EPA and enforced by the DNR.
So we ended up with a pot of money of about 800,000 that went into this account. DNR was asking that we do some pre-treatment improvements with this fund. Tom has spent a decent portion of that money over time, but we still have, we came into this year with about 185,000 of that fund that he needs to get spent, that he can identify that he's done pre-treatment improvements to satisfy the DNR and EPA requirements. The current year, you have 2 circulation pumps, I think you kind of mentioned already, that you're looking to do.
Yep.
They were not budgeted projects, but as I was talking with Tom, we got to meet these requirements from our oversight agencies. So He's got that in here for this year. In the 2027 budget, you mentioned the primary clarifier turntable where you kind of had an idea that it would be somewhere between 65 and 85, and we're budgeting 75,000 for that. So that is in this year's budget that we're proposing. And then we'll also in the following year spend the remainder of that balance on the primary digester rehab. So out of the projects that Tom was looking at that he has within his plan, I asked him to identify which ones would be justified to be associated with a pretreatment compliance program that we could talk to the DNR and say, yes, we have spent money and addressed issues within our pretreatment program. And these are the ones that made the most sense. I mean, from your perspective.
And going back, I think it's been 3 years now. The clarity as to where all this money was in the different funds, even that the funds existed, wasn't there. At one point, I was told that there was no more money in at least one of these funds, and it was just because they were unaware that it was there, and so I wasn't looking to spend it. And I did do some rehab in our grit building with grit conveyance, and that could, I don't know if we could count that towards coming out of the fund that it should have come out of, but that would go towards pretreatment too. That's just, I thought I'd throw that in there.
And I don't know that you haven't, that was the extent of the improvements that you were looking at down at the facility.
For right now, yeah.
Michael is looking at a couple of projects, and at least within some of the stuff that he's looking at, the lift stations, I think would make the most sense for using up the remainder of that Fund 611 balance.
And I probably should talk to Brian to find out if the Timea Street project, because I know that there's going to be some separation going on there, if any of this money would be able to go towards that. Yeah.
It could. We're setting it up as an SRF loan. And
Okay.
part of the reason for trying to do an SRF loan and trying to identify as much of that project towards the sewer side as possible is just the potential to get a 30% grant rebate off of the loan amount. I don't know what the bill funding is. There's for another couple of years, there is some a funding pot that the state has that they can put towards impoverished communities. They have a scoring criteria that they use. We are one of I think it rates communities from 1 to 20, and with 20 being what they consider the most impoverished, and we rate at a 19. So for projects that come up that are SRF projects, we have a pretty good chance to receive that, but there isn't a grant application process for it. They just make a decision to apply it. And we don't have a whole lot of control over that. We're just kind of hopeful that we can get that. If we don't, then that is something that we could potentially put some funds over into it, but I'm trying to make sure that we maximize 30% funding.
And also considering the first flush study that's going on, we're having some construction going on at 3rd and Des Moines. And I believe is it the same account that has been coming out of? Okay.
Yep.
And that would definitely go towards pretreatment, be considered pretreatment. And it's not finished. We're still working on it.
So yeah, your first flush study is probably your other biggest thing that's going on. For those unfamiliar, our consent order that we're under requires us to have the system fully separated by 2029 or 2030. We're not going to make that. DNR and EPA are working with us to look at some alternatives. We're doing a 3-year measurements. Council who've been here for a while, I think, are at least a little familiar with that we're supposed to start doing monitoring and then do that for a period of 3 years, determine what kind of overflows that we're having during rain events, how much there is that's bypassing the plant, to try to make a determination of, are there alternatives that are satisfactory to DNR or to EPA
Mhm.
in particular on ways to not do full separation.
Right. And going back just a few years and even decades ago, just about every city that was built on a river, and most cities are, all their sewer flow, sewage went directly to the river up until the Clean Water Act back in the early 1970s, late 1960s. Before then, everything, factories, homes, everything just went right into the river. And we know how polluted the rivers got. So they built the treatment plants, and so many cities, to save money, they just would take the flow that's combined, with storm sewers and sanitary sewers, and send it all to the wastewater plants with overflows built in. And I want to say that the city of Keokuk used to have probably about 10 overflow spots where individual sewers would overflow and then go to the river. We've eliminated all but one of those. And the one that still exists is a big one down at 3rd and Des Moines. And instead of allowing different cities to just keep kicking it down the road for another 20 years, which was what everybody was doing, the EPA put their foot down and said, nope, you got to do it. You got to separate your flows and send the rainwater to the river and treat the sanitary flows. And that's a big problem. Different cities have tackled it in different ways. I toured a plant, I want to say it was in Moline, and they just decided to, yep, we're just going to treat it all. And so they built their plant to treat all the flow. And there's problems in there, but they're able to do it. The city of Dubuque, back in, I want to say, the late 70s, they decided they were going to be progressive and separate it then. And they've gone a long ways. And if they're not fully separated, their sanitary from their rainfall sewer flow, they're really close. As far as I know, they're about as separated as they can get. But Keokuk, we've explored it, and I don't know how many of you are aware of the big tunnel that we were going to drill into Rand Park. That was what the engineers, the solution they came up with, and it's a good solution. It would, all that water that flows through Rand Park towards the tennis courts, it combines with some other flow. It's all underground. It's up the hill a little ways and away from Orleans, probably about 40 or 50 feet. That's where the actual separation would go. But that would capture a lot. Percentage-wise, it'd be a lot of rainwater that would be diverted to that tunnel underneath Rand Park and into the river. But that, when it started out, it was a $12.5 million project. We couldn't afford it then. And then it just kept climbing it through COVID. And then afterwards, I've heard, everyone's estimated, nobody has really got the bids on it, but I've heard estimates of $100+ million to bore that tunnel underneath. I don't know what it would be, but whatever it is, the city can't afford it, which is why we're doing the first flush study. And that's where we're trying to convince the EPA that, hey, when it rains and that first flush that comes off, it's going to be more concentrated with waste that needs to be treated at the plant. And we're able to capture that before our flow hits 10 million gallons per day. It's like, it's a rate, like 50 miles an hour is a rate. It's not, you don't go that fast the whole day, and we don't treat 10 million gallons a whole day for the most part, but that's the rate that it comes down to our plant. And we're able to capture enough of that first flush concentrated stuff that everything after that hardly has any waste in it. It's almost all rainwater, and it's okay for the river. It's underneath whatever limits they decide, and it won't hurt the river. That's what we're trying to convince them on. And if that works, we don't have to build, or we don't have to drill that hole underneath Rand Park. So That's what we're hoping. And I think it's going to go that way. I really do, just because it's not that concentrated. But that's what the first flush study is.
Nothing is being funded out of this year's budget though with that, so. But that is an ongoing cost that's sitting out there and is being worked within as trying to keep the sewer fund afloat,
Mm-hmm.
so to speak. It's one of the things that needs to be kept in mind as rates are looked at over time and looking at cash balances and whether we have enough to cover things.
Yeah.
Any other questions on sewer?
I have one. The monies that are sitting there, is there a deadline that it has to be spent?
The funds, the 1.8 million that we did a geo bond borrowing on, they need to get spent. There's a time frame. It's technically like 3 years you need to have it spent within. We're already at an outside limit on that, which kind of has me a little stressed, but we are, I mean, if push comes to shove, we've spent money on capital projects and other funds that I could try to justify with it to make it happen. I just want to make sure we get it taken care of on sewer related projects. We have besides the ones that he's talked about, Michael's working on 2 sets of projects, mainline repairs, so either doing a lining within some of our existing sewer lines, or the ones that are in too bad a shape to do that, to just do full replacement. Michael's working on a project to look at like a $2 million overall project for mainline repairs. He's also looking at needing to update 3 different lift stations. We don't have cost estimates on that, but those are other items that we'll more than use up these funds. And my guess is that all the funds we have in all of our different sewer capital accounts will have more than allocated by the end of 2029. And I mean, more than by far.
Yeah, I just have one question. On the sewer rates, we raised them 7% January 1st, and then we're going to raise them again 7% in June or July, and then we're going to raise them 7% again next January.
Next July. But yeah, on July.
Yep. And so my question is, that's a 21% increase in a year. But my question is, how do we compare to other cities? Like we did the comparison with all the other bad stuff. I was just wondering how we compare to other cities on our rates.
I don't know if I have it on here still, because I might have taken it off of this because I didn't want it for reporting on this. I'd looked at where we were in comparison to like West Burlington, Fort Madison. Our rate structure, it's in the same ballpark. Even with those increases, we're in the same ballpark as they are. I mean, they're all dealing with the same issue. Well, different. Fort Madison and Burlington have the same sewer separation issues that they're dealing with. If you look at the 5-year capital project up in Burlington, right now they're working on 2 separate major CSO separation projects that they're trying to keep budgeted within as they move forward. They do probably a 3% annual rate increase, but they have been doing it every year for the last 15 years. We weren't raising our residential rates.
Yeah.
West Burlington had to do a new treatment plant probably 4 years ago, and they did a 50% rate increase at the time that they did that, and are still going with ongoing rate increases to try to cover the debt service payments on that. So we're in line, but part of what the dynamics of where I look at where rates need to be is when we're under mandates from the EPA. I'm going to lose my voice. This may be a shorter meeting than I was thinking today. EPA, if they're going to give you any leeway on your your mandated timeframes, one of the first things they look at is where your rate structure is. And they look at where you are. They have a formula where they say you should be spending at least 2%. Your average resident should be spending on average about 2% of their household income on sewer rates. If they're above that figure, they go into a spot where they are more amenable to adjusting your rate schedule, your compliance schedule. If you are not charging at that kind of a rate structure, they come down fairly heavy-handed because they feel you have not done as much as you could afford to do. So that's part of what I look at with where we're at on rates. The final thing, when we were talking about rates in the fall, a big piece of why our debt service levy was at $7.50 per thousand valuation, compared to the average city of $2.40 and the next highest city of, I don't know, a little over $5, was because the debt service fund had to take over all of the outstanding debt that the sewer department had when it lost its revenue out from ADM. These rates in part are designed to get the sewer department to cover more of its own responsibility on debt, existing debt. And it's part of how we've been able to lower the property tax levy for debt service from $7.50 down to $3. I mean, that doesn't make anyone happier about what we're doing. And that's a long answer to that, just to provide a little bit of context for why we're doing it. But yeah, we're in line with, give or take, with what other communities around us are having to do.
Thank you.
And if you go back 15 years, 10 to 15 years ago, our sewer rates were really low. They were some of the lowest around. And then we had to start with sewer separation. So they bumped the rates up quite a bit. And we were above just about everybody else, but it wasn't a percentage that was renewed every year. It was just one increase. Well, in that meantime, other cities caught up to us and passed us up. So, make it to where we have to, why we built in an annual percentage increase. And anybody who's new to the council, y'all come on down to the plant and I'll give you a tour. I know a lot of people have already gone on tour, but everyone's welcome. I love showing off my plant, as dirty as it is. You're all welcome to come down. Just don't wear flats. Wear your boots.
Tom,
Thanks, Tom.
now that we got all the subcommittees broke down, I would like to put together a meeting here in the next couple weeks
Okay.
and get Brian and everybody together and we'll find a date that works for everybody. So,
Very good. Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank
Tom.
y'all.
Morning, Monica.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, adjust that microphone down for me.
Are you saying I'm short? I know every time when I reach in my kitchen cabinets, I'm short. Okay, ours is pretty simple this year. I think we have 5 line items that we've asked for an increase on, board directed. And we can start with the 6310, which is repair, maintenance building repair. That's just a slight increase on that one, just to, the building's getting older and we have more things that are breaking down. As I've talked with Jim over some of the staff meetings, our boiler system will need replaced. I know this isn't the year to be asking for that. And then we've been having some issues with the roof, which is original to the building as well. But that's down the road. But just to be in mind that at some point we'll have to ask for help on that. The next one is the electric 6371, which goes back to the boiler system being older as well, not as efficient as it could be. And the board was anticipating rising costs in that area. The next one is on the second page, 6415, a minimal amount on the computer services, which services our cameras, and of course, increased costs for repair and having people have to come from out of town and fix those. The 6502 is our book category. Just a slight increase there. Our major book jobber went out of business this past year, and all libraries across the country are scrambling to find one who are offering discounts as well as they did, without having to pay, the prices that are on Amazon or that. We have found one. It's not as good, and we're still working on that to hopefully help that. And then the other one is the juvenile books is 6514, which is the same situation there.
Monica, how are your staffing levels?
We have 6 full-time people for 52 hours a week. We're open 10 hours a day, Monday through Thursday, 9 to 5 on Fridays, and 9 to 1 on Saturdays. So we have no, there's a little bit of a part-time in there. We have a girl that comes in the summer to help with the influx of children and adults to our programs in the summer.
Are you seeing any trends from the usage that the library is getting? Are things staying how they've been, or moving up, or going down, or?
Circulation has went down a little bit, and that's a trend across. People don't want to come in and get physical books. We do offer the downloadable books, which is. We get statistics on those every month, and you don't really realize how many people are using it until it doesn't work over the weekend and they start calling on Monday morning and asking what's wrong with it. So that is probably increased. Of course, computer usage is always good. And our internet hotspots, which we check out to people, constantly have a waiting list in town because of internet service costs and them not being able to afford it. So that has helped with circulation. Our attendance has been pretty good. We seem to be pretty steady most days. We had almost 25,000 people come in last fiscal year over the store, so we stay pretty busy. It's probably down slightly, but yeah, it runs pretty general. Anything else? Mine's easy compared to Tom.
What year was that building built?
62. Yeah, the roof's original, and the problems that we're having is when they did the addition, when the art center came, and they didn't tie in that seam right. So I've had some people look at it, and those numbers scare me. So it's either do the whole thing or do half of it and pull back and then tie that rubber roof to the gravel topped roof so far, which is half price of doing the whole thing. So. Well, Enderly works on our heating and cooling system, and they would like it sooner rather than later. But my board also realizes, the situation that we're in monetary-wise with the city. And I think probably within the next 3 years. I don't think they'd want to go past that. Their roof issue is a little bit different, but the heating will have to.
And we'll be able to work that in. It wouldn't, are things that wouldn't necessarily be a operating cost.
Right,
It- Those are
Be
capital
a
costs,
capital
and
one.
we'd work it into most likely local ops. They're probably the kind of dollar amount that we could use the infrastructure portion of the local ops and sales tax to cover that.
Yeah. And just, for everybody knows, historically, we've never asked for a capital project, so. We'll hit a big one with a bang, yeah, when that comes up, so. That it?
Other questions?
Did you cover the difference between what goes on with your regular library account versus there's a separate allocation that you have that you tie to the county contribution?
Right, yeah, the county money, that would be the 412 accounts that you'll have is basically an in and out. There's 5 libraries in Lee County, and the county funds those minimally. But then that gives us the chance to provide service to rural residents rather than just in city. And that money is basically just it comes into the city, and then we spend that and it goes out, so.
And then you have a separate side account, library trust?
A trust fund account, yeah. My board used to handle our monies, and then it came to the city, and those trust funds went into there as well.
And do you have anything that you, on an annual basis, look to fund out of that, or how does that work?
We do a lot of our special reading programs out of that one to save out of the budget. And then if we have any repairs that are out and above, which we take out of there as well.
And then the funds that come in there, do you do fundraisers or projects, or how does that happen?
Usually it's memorial money or donations to the library, grants that we get, not grants, state funding that we get for being accredited and doing interlibrary loan system, things like that.
Okay.
And that has built up over time, so.
And then like a roof at a library, where does that fit in the priorities of like community foundation requests? So technically, like a boiler or
Is that for
a
me?
roof, you could look at an application coming in at any time. And even if it's not a budgeted line item, if we receive that, if you were to write an application for something like that and actually receive it, we'd just do a budget amendment.
Okay. All right.
Any other thoughts or questions from the council on it?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Monica.
What's next, Jim?
I don't know. That's what I was just trying to think. Something that you have not seen yet, was thinking that I should probably go over before getting to summaries. Let's do, out of the general fund, did we cover, Celeste, the hotel motel tax disbursements? I was thinking probably not. So, and I bet we don't have those sheets here, so we're gonna do it. A little differently. Did I do that one? I didn't put that on here. Dang it. Did I get enough sheets handed out? All right, so hotel motel tax disbursements. This sheet that I just got you is, shows the general fund collections along the top that we've received over the last few years. And it then has what we've expensed out of these line items over the last few years. If you're to look at the current year expenditures, miscellaneous service is fireworks. And I'm proposing in next year's budget, still funding that. Miscellaneous request 6480 is two separate expenditures at Lake Cooper Foundation and what's the other one, Celeste? Historic Preservation. And I'm proposing not, in the budget that's presented, it does not have that funded. Tourism, you can look at the history of where that's been funded. It was cut, this current year is less than what the previous year had been, and I'm proposing a significant additional cut. Funding Main Street was not listed in being covered out of the hotel motel allocation in the current year, is actually funded out of Economic Development Fund, a separate fund. The current year's allocation is $65,000, and I'm proposing in the budget that's being presented to you, cutting that to $40,000. Fine Arts receives, has been receiving that $11,000. It's actually a reduction from previous years, not a large reduction, but a little. And I'm proposing eliminating that. The pavilion, Brian, you mentioned they use that. How do they use that fund?
They contract out their lawn service mowing around the pavilion.
Rather than have us do the mowing, they would rather have someone use a specialized mower to protect that grass. And this is proposing, if they're wanting to do that, that they're having to raise funds to make that happen in an alternative manner, or rely on our department to mow it. And the Arts Center funding eliminated. I don't know that anyone's probably super happy that I propose these things. And we'll get to the context as I move into where our fund summary is at the end, but you need to see what I'm showing in the line items here. There's some narrative on the bottom about how we're supposed to use hotel motel tax. I just wanted to make sure that we had that expressed in it. We have to justify the usage of half of the hotel motel revenue, and it can be used for a variety of things. So I put the verbiage that's in the requirements down there. It can be used for promotion, the tourism, et cetera. It can be used for the operation, maintenance, staffing, of a variety of community facilities, including the swimming pool. Rand Park would fit within the definition of what it can be used for. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that you can look at this type of infrastructure that falls within the categories of what that 50% needs to be spent on within hotel motel tax. The remainder, the other half of it, can be used on anything within the city. But just as a reminder, I wanted to make sure that you have a good full context of what you are required to do with that. Thoughts?
I'm just a little confused, Jim. Maybe I haven't
Oh,
had
my.
time to fully observe all this. But if we can use 50% of the revenues for the qualifying things, why are they getting completely cut out, I guess is my question.
Well, when we get into the context of having a $1.7 million deficit in the general fund and trying to figure out how do we get to a balanced budget, these are the items that, to me, are ones that make the most sense to eliminate. If you were to go around other communities around Southeast Iowa, you're going to find that Very few of these type of outside organizations are being funded anymore. I mean, all communities are are being kind of throttled in what they can afford to do. And it's one of the items that has been eliminated. We did it in Burlington in, I don't know, 2015. A lot of them left, and they've cut more out since I've been gone. But other communities too have done it.
Is there any way to maybe think about how we're dispersing like the 40 grand to Main Street? Is there any way to slice up that pie and maybe divvy out some of that money or?
Rather than cut Main Street from 65 to 40 to cut that funding more. I mean, that can be done. That's funding, and what Kira has been able to do within the community in terms of getting some of the projects done with stabilizing along Main Street, that group has done an excellent job. And this is going to already cutting to 40,000 from 65 is going to significantly crimp their ability to do that. They're losing some other funding at the same time. We're receiving from Keokuk Economic Development Corps, KEDC, 20,000, close to 20, 25,000. That's going to be reduced to, do you remember? So they're losing another 15,000 out of their annual operating budget right now at the same time, as pretty much a consequence of our not funding KEDC. So we're kind of actually cutting them 35,000 right now.
Will any of these entities be able to go to tourism and maybe apply for some funding through tourism?
They certainly could. Now, what tourism is doing is a little different than what these funds are typically used for. Tourism with the gaming revenues, if you're asking about that in particular, that's the pot that really tourism has that they could be flexible with. They're looking, or what has been expressed from different members has been, well, they don't have an official board that's set up with operating rules, but at this time, but they have talked about setting it up similar to how Fort Madison is set up. Fort Madison has their gaming revenue set up to use towards a combination of different items, but it falls within a couple of basic categories. They want to do some big, significant projects that promote the community. And they do put a lot of that gaming revenue into that. But they also have an annual, maybe it's an ongoing application process for smaller groups around the community to submit funding requests for specific projects. That may or may not be where tourism looks at having that gaming revenue, the 450,000 or so that they're going to have annually, to how they're going to look to try to disperse it in some type of combination of that. But it's most likely to be something similar to that. Ongoing operations, they are not likely to be funding with the funds that they have.
The one comment that I would have, and I love the fireworks, but when it was first set 20-something years ago, when we first did it, they used to put something in your water bill and people donated to it. I don't know if they still do that or not.
They do.
Okay.
We receive maybe 4,000 a year. I mean, it varies from year to year on how much is received.
I guess my concern would be, and I think it's great, but if we're asking all these other groups to go find their own money, then I'm wondering why we're still funding that. Even though it's a city park situation.
It's one that's an option to cut too, but I was not going to be putting that one on there. And we're going to get to a list of where again, I'm not going to ask y'all today to make a decision on where you want to go, but I want to throw out a whole bunch of alternatives. And again, as you start to see them, people ain't going to be, people aren't going to be happy.
Right. I just wanted to bring that up as conversation.
Yeah. I was looking to see where revenue is for donations for fireworks over time. looks like it's been back in 22, 5,700, then 6,000, then 4,000, then 4,400 last year. You know, so we don't get quite half of it. Now, that being said, I mentioned to the mayor, even though I put in the budget $11,000, which matches what we had in last year's, we got a notice that with tariffs and everything else, they're planning on fireworks being 40% more this next year. So even to fund fireworks at the level that was being done previously would be an additional $5,000, which I didn't put in there. And that was going to have to be a discussion at some point too, if you are moving forward with fireworks, as to what extent.
And in other cities, would this be considered like, would nonprofit?
It varies. Sometimes you see this done through the chamber does this as a promotional activity. It's the dynamic of, it's every community is a little different on this. Sometimes it's Kiwanis or something like that. We'll be funding that and taking that on as a project.
So I have a question. On the pavilion, it's $6,750, and it was said that that was spent on mowing. Is that totally mowing?
I'm not 100% sure how much of that they spend on mowing, but they do contract it out with that money.
Well, because, they do, I would assume that the hiring of the bands comes out of that and everything. So I mean, I understand completely that we have to make these cuts, but I think we have to realize that the pavilion's $6,750 isn't just for mowing, right? Because that gives the impression that we've been paying them to have somebody else to mow the whole time. I understand we've been doing that, but not for that total amount, right?
I don't,
Doesn't go to all mowing. Okay.
Could we get some sort of a budget on that? What part is what, so we could consider it?
I can reach out and get that for you guys. I'll reach out to Mr. Elton and I'll get that from him. But I know we don't spend that all on mowing. We use it for some other upkeep at the pavilion also, some just general maintenance on power washing it also. Sometimes at the beginning of the year, but most of that we volunteer and just do ourselves. But that ground there's a water system under there too, an irrigation system under there. And if you don't use the right mower, that irrigation system then gets damaged, and then we have to replace that irrigation system. So from my understanding, being on the committee, that's why we had this crew come in and mow that, is because they had the right equipment not to damage that irrigation system that's in the grounds. But I do not, from my understanding, that $6,000 doesn't cover all the lawn care. We use that also to pay for the bands that come in.
Thank you.
so I did want to make sure that we talked about what was written into the budget on that part before I went to an overall summary, because I think the majority of the rest of the funds have been covered. I did have at your site in a binder, the summary of all funds. Summary of all funds. Kind of went through what you had in your council packet. I don't know, one of these last couple of meetings on your monthly treasurer's report. Looking at all the funds. So we have a total, we should enter this next fiscal year, all funds total of about $17 million. The way that the budget is as presented, that total will be reduced to $13,700,000. Still a pretty healthy figure. General fund, as presented, this budget will begin this next fiscal year, 1.7 million. For context, we entered the current fiscal year at over 4 million. We're using half of that, over half of our cash balance in this current year's budget. And if we do it as it's presented in the general fund, we will have an ending balance of $167,000. Now, if you decide that I cut way too much out of hotel motel tax, that number will be lower without having some other offset. This has caused me no end of stress since, I've known that this is an issue since June. It's why the series of articles got written over the course of the fall. Given that we had been in a spot where we had a budget in place, there wasn't much reason to worry about trying to figure out how are we correcting something that we've already approved and done. We're in a context now, though, of we're in a spot to make a decision to right size and change what we're doing moving forward. I will cover, because the general fund is such a mess. We cannot end with 167,000. I wanted to go through the remainder of the funds prior to that, because once we get to the general fund, there's no talking about the rest. So this packet that you have has, that summary page of what the projected beginning balance is, revenues in, transfers in, expenditures, transfers out, and ending balance for every fund. And there's a sheet behind it for each of those. So I'm going to go through try to go through, not quite in order, because the way I did that summary page in the front, there's a couple, like Perpetual Care Fund is a trust and agency account, and the number where it gets reported, I think on state forms, Celeste, would be, I think it comes before the capital projects. I can't remember for sure or not, but so I have it out of order as an example. We have an internal what's classified as an internal service fund, health insurance, which is Fund 810, which the closest type of fund that it really is a special revenue. So I've got it up at included up there, but in the order of the sheets that I have in your packet is actual account number order. So it's not going to go quite fund by fund down, but pretty close. And a lot of these are pretty simple. Won't spend a lot of time on this, but like Fund 002, the sheet right behind that summary, and I'll go through it on the screen too if there's any benefit to you. Your park, this is a park maintenance and improvement, which doesn't mean a whole lot to me for a title for Fund 002. We came into this year with 90,000. We have some associated donations over time and then expenditures out. This last year, the current year, we received a significant donation, 50,000 in the parks. And I think the only thing that they asked for is that we make sure that we plant trees out there. They didn't say that all of it needed to be used on that, but what are your plans for doing some of that?
We have 6 that are going to be going in Rand Park in the spring. And then 6 more in, between Kilbourne and Tolmie in the fall. With our staffing, 6 is about all we can manage taking care of to try to keep alive through that first year or two of planning. So that's what we're doing.
One of the items that you have that you, isn't any allocated anywhere in this budget, finishing up the trail. You have some issues for finishing that up?
Yes, we have, it's like 97, 8% finished. They still have some seeding to do. Under the contract, they'll have some seeding to do and some minimal work, and then we have a drainage issue along the Coast Guard, where the Coast Guard's at, that we're going to have to add a couple intakes and some curbing to. I don't have the cost estimates back on that yet, but that will be happening in the spring too. It still has to run through the DOT for approval.
See, that'll be put into the main contract and we'll come
Yes.
out in with that, but you're gonna have to do some,
We're gonna have to do some of our own traffic control down there. We've already had quite a few reports of vehicles driving on it. We'll probably end up putting some bollards in the center of the trail so that it won't allow over the road vehicles to travel on it. When I was in the Quad Cities a couple weeks ago, I looked at some of their trail system, and that's what they have for control. They just, every so often it's just a concrete, like a 4-inch concrete baller right in the center of the trail, so vehicles can't drive down the middle of it.
my thought is that it's not we don't have it anywhere in the budget, but this would be a fund that it would kind of make sense to cover.
And I believe we
that.
can do that in-house, so it would just be more of a material cost to us as
Yeah.
opposed to hiring a contractor.
But this fund is available to do some smaller projects, but you have some flexibility if projects come up to fund it out of here. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right, but we don't have anything in next year's budget, but there is a cash balance in there, $110,000 that is available as time goes on for some fixed items. The chief has an asset forfeiture account that we set up this year, Fund 003, the next one. Doesn't have a lot of money in it. You just have to allocate, what's the purpose in even having this?
We had, I think it was 2 years ago, we had 42 vehicle pursuits within our city limits. And to try and knock that down a little bit, I implemented a policy allowed by state code that when somebody decides to elude from us, we seize their vehicle. So we needed a way to separate those funds once we seize those vehicles and sell them, because it does have to be allocated towards certain things. So we had to separate that monies from the general fund.
And I don't think you have anything, do you have anything specific in mind that you're spending it on with that 1,000 budgeted? I couldn't remember.
No, sort of. We're kind of treating that fund because I don't expect a lot of money to come in from that. Typically, these vehicles that we seize, sometimes they end up damaged. Usually there's not a whole lot of value to them anyways. So the goal with that is to make that self-sufficient, because there are some costs with titling and tow fees and storage fees and things like that.
Okay. The next fund is Fund 087. And as you can see from that sheet, it's been pretty much a dormant amount of 12,800. We don't have anything budgeted in here, but that is available for public works equipment over time, and we probably should get it used up at some point with one of the pieces of equipment. Maybe even with the pickup that you have as part of your budget, using this allocation to pay for a part of it just to get it zeroed out. The pickup you have is in road use tax, which is the next fund. Brian has already gone over we've already gone over all the expenditures, and we kind of covered when we did the road use tax fund what we have for revenues at the top, but the state allocation is a per capita fee. It's increasing from $139 per capita to $140 per capita this year expectation. We moved a new revenue line item in here. The DOT contract. We have an annual contract for maintaining, is that 7th Street, Main Street?
Main Street and 7th Street. It's for snow removal.
We had this going into the general fund, but all of our expenditures to do that are over here.
Right.
And even, it was a little problematic this last year when Celeste submitted a DOT annual report that shows the general fund collecting 70,000 in DOT or street revenue in the general fund and not spending any money. It doesn't look good. But this, and it used to, and it made sense that it went into the general fund before because we had expenditures for streets in the general fund. We've just moved them all out over the course of the last 4 years. And you'll see that road use tax has a transfer in of $375,000. That is for employee benefits. At the bottom of the sheet that you, the fund sheet that I had in there, it's for road use tax, that's Fund 110. Actually, it looks different than the other ones. If you're looking at it, the line items, it is the only one I didn't have printed going left to right. It's up and down instead of instead of horizontal. I can't remember, whatever. But at the bottom, you'll see the justification for what that transfer in is. A total of the employee benefits. Our employee benefits are about $380,000. We can transfer up to the amount that we actually spend on employee benefits. I did not make it the full $380,000, but we can go right up to that dollar amount. We have to make sure that we do not transfer more over for employee benefits than we actually spend though. So that's one that we kind of just try to come as close as we can over the course of the year. Again, that's a fund that we're entering the year at 1.7 million and ending at 1.56 if we spent all that money that's budgeted in there. It's a full year's worth of cash balance. And part of what I asked Brian to do, or told Brian that he could do, is spend more on the primary thing that's helping drive that amount down is your road improvement. We increased from 200,000 to 300,000 for some basic projects during the course of the year, because there's no reason to have a full year's worth of balance. We can use at least a little bit of that on an ongoing basis. Make sense? Employee benefits, Fund 112. We began the current year with 600,000 and are probably on line to have about 950,000 at the end of the year. Really, this fund doesn't have to have anything in it. It's designed to be as necessary. It does make sense to have some balance in it so that you can keep a consistent employee benefits levy if that's your goal. And I like to have levies be consistent because it drives people nuts when you move your levies up and down. It's not fun when you're trying to budget at home and you have levies that are going up and down that the city's doing. But anyway, this shows you see the money collected through property taxes for employee benefits. And then the main thing that comes out of here are transfers out. There's 2 transfers to cover our employee benefits in the general fund and to cover our employee benefits and road use tax. Those are the only 2 groups of employees that you are legally allowed to use an employee benefits levy to cover their costs. The employees who are in like the sewer, sanitation, those employees are in what they call proprietary funds that are supposed to be self-operating, self-sufficient, and you're not legally allowed to collect it. Celeste, do you know what the deal is with the claims that are paid for out of here? We have a basic set of claims that does come out of here, and I'm not sure if that is from employees who are already retired, which I think it might be, is that we have some claims that are flex benefits. So that's where you get the refunds of 70,000 collected. And I think, yep, that's an in and out. And and I think it's supposed to basically be that the refunds versus the claims fee, but I'm not. Yeah. And I just rely on her to code those as we get those bills from the insurance company. So glad I don't know very much about it. And actually, you know, some communities don't have their expenses for any of these, for health insurance or anything in their general fund. They just pay for it all directly out of here. It makes it harder to track the cost of employees, but it's easier than doing all the transfers that we do. Emergency levy. This is a levy that in Fund 119, this was a levy that we used to be able to collect. You can see we still had revenues back in 25. We had just a little bit of property taxes that were still back taxes that most likely that were still collected. But this $200,000 is in a levy fund that there's no, given state changes, they've reduced what our flexibility is on what we can collect property taxes on, or what levies we can use. This is one of the levies that they disappeared. They rolled it into the general fund and said we had like 4 or 5 years, I think through 2029, to reduce the general fund levy back down to 810. And we're slowly working down towards that. We're one of the communities that may not have their levy get back to 810 before 2029, and will be forced to go the rest of the way at that point. But this money is available technically ideally it would sit there, and if we had a flood come up, you have funds to help cover some of the costs associated with it. If we're able to keep from using it, it would be ideal. Fund 121, local option and sales tax, is designed to be kind of an in and out. The balance has gone up. We historically are not budgeting as much to be used as what we've collected. And I don't know that I went high enough when I went up to a little bit higher than what, like our last year's revenues were $1,540,000. I did a budgeted transfer of 1.7 million. That would eat into that balance. We have consistently been behind. I wanted to try to get ahead and use more than what we were collecting. But out of that, we transfer out to other funds by the formula that was in the authorizing election. 10% towards human development. That's a transfer of 170,000. It goes directly to the general fund. 40% for infrastructure, and you can see it's divided into two. 590,000 into Bryan Street program, 40,000 to the general fund for it's for the Verity being painted.
Yeah.
And then 50,000 over to the airport fund to be our local match on the capital project going on out there this next year. And then property tax relief, we're able to justify transferring to the general fund 87,000, which is the airport levy that we do not use, that we could use. The rest is designed, the 763,000 is budgeted to go to the debt service fund. Again, we're looking to still use this to fund housing demolition, fire equipment, police equipment, city hall equipment, and one of the items that's out of that, well, the city hall equipment that's in there is 60,000 for software conversion on our accounting system. The mayor really wants me to spend more money. He would like to do a website update, and that may be something that I look at making a recommended change to what we borrowed. We're looking to do that short-term borrowing to cover these and then pay for it with this property tax relief. Change that borrowing amount to add another 15 to 20,000 to the what's for general fund to cover that. I think there's some discussion that can be had up here if you really want to do that. I think our website is very cumbersome in the world where people look at most of their stuff on their phones. Our website is not designed to look at on a phone. So doing some modifications would make sense, but it's one to have out there as a thought process. Oh, and this would help, that transfer is also covering capital improvements down at the police and fire. We're looking to do a project for what I have budgeted for roof, generator, boiler is not enough to cover everything, I don't think, but we can have a discussion about that as time goes on. Again, what's budgeted to go to Brian in roads could technically, if you wanted to do more on a building improvements at the police and fire station, we could reduce what we put into the street by an offsetting amount. At the same time, Brian, I'm sure, is diligently working on a community fund application for the painting of the Verity structure.
I will be. Right now, I'm diligently working on that street grant for Palin that's
Yes.
due next week.
Yes. But yeah, we'll look at doing, I mean, we're going to apply for, I want to make sure that we don't lose track of applying for community foundation funds for that. The pool painting project, I think, needs to get moved forward, and even though it's not in the budget, if we can get something addressed there, we need to be working on that too. Okay, back to the sheets. TIF is about as busy as you can get on as a sheet. But you can see that we have a very healthy balance in our TIF fund, but as people have talked about wanting to deal with different SID center options, this is the primary way that I think that we're going to be able to have some flexibility in having funds on hand to deal with it. I want there to be a balance in here so we have some funding flexibility in terms of options for how we address it. Whether that is getting a project to get it out of our hands, if you guys force our hand on that because we're not getting anything going and say we have to mothball it and do something different with that ground, that's a demo project that's costing a lot of money. Probably, I would say closer to 2 million than the 1 million that we have on hand. But out of this, we're covering, if you look down at the transfers out below, and I'm sorry that this is so busy, but I'm trying to make sure I can keep track of all the different things that we're funding out of here. This is mainly bond issues. And a lot of this is, well, it's a combination. There's some street projects that have occurred over time that we're making the bond payments on, and sewer separation or just straight sewer projects that were declared eligible for TIF. And actually, as I look down here, the development center, the 2019 bond issue is being paid for out of TIF. And as a reminder, when we did that project, we don't make a principal payment on that SID center debt until 2034. It's all straight interest payments for the first 15 years of that bond. But we have had a few projects that have been funded with TIF funds. If I look at the list over the last few years that are still being, with some rebate payments, tax rebate payments done to, Tri-State Vet Clinic, State Central Bank was just approved from, I think it's maybe a 2024 project. TIF rebates. The upper story housing, MBMRE is upper story housing on the 600 block, TIF rebate payments. And the MBMRE, that upper story housing, also part of that original development project called for $250,000 in just straight grant back to them, $50,000 a year. We didn't certify this as debt last year when it was supposed to be. It got certified, well, didn't get it certified in 2024 when it was supposed to be. We got it certified in the fall of 2025 and eligible to do the rebates that we agreed to. So we have 2 rebate payments coming up in the 2027 budget. We'll most likely make one in July and the following June would be for the second $50,000 payment. And again, we kind of go with the state has a list of different levies that can be captured for TIF valuation, where we get to capture that value to use for TIF-related projects. This is one in the legislative session. Again, I'd remind you to keep track of, because there are some significant changes that are being proposed to how TIF is done. Some of them essentially wipe out any sort of realistic, feasible use of TIF in the future. Some of the levies that have been proposed to be stripped out would make it to where what you are actually able to collect is not a dollar amount that is worth anything moving forward. So keep track of those proposals as they move forward. I know that's the mayor asked me, what are we supposed to be talking about with legislators when we get down to the Capitol on the 6th of February, 5th and 6th? 4th and, I don't know, whatever date in February.
Early February.
Is that Southeast Iowa Days that they call that?
Yes.
Up at the Capitol. This is one of them that needs to be talked about and addressed. Property tax reform in general, to be able to communicate the impact that it is going to have, is one to communicate. Now, I can talk about way too many things, and I'm sorry about it, but talking about property tax reform and the potential impact it's going to have, I haven't measured what it's going to be because I'm more worried about the current budget year and getting through this. I forwarded to the mayor what the city of Spencer is looking as a recommendation for how they are addressing specifically property tax reform. They're looking at a $200,000 loss of revenue every year. And they have a list of items that they are cutting on their proposal is over a 3-year basis for what they're doing to address the next 3 years of those potential impacts. As we look at the list that I have, the list that they have, they're looking to reduce, I think the head count over 3 years was something like 8 or 9 employees. Police, fire, City Hall is losing a custodian. Parks is losing 1 or 2 people. They're looking to sell parks. As you guys are having discussions about how to balance a budget, and you're asking about how much we spend on mowing, I mean, one of the ways to deal with it is to reduce park size. And we would not be alone in that kind of a discussion. And how do we address a loss of revenue and crimps that are being put on us on revenue? So, sidebar, let's get back to these funds. Is that enough on TIF? I know, and I apologize, I know this is overwhelming and I'm throwing way too much information, but I want you to have the full context of what our budget looks like and where all the revenues and expenditures fall out. If you have questions over time, please ask me. And it doesn't mean just today. And as you look at this over the next couple of weeks, ask me.
I got a quick question for you, Jim. It's kind of a broad question, but what areas have you seen where our TIF spending have been beneficial and used for their intended purpose?
Well, really, when you talk about spending money on sewer separation and roads, those are beneficial. I prefer to see the sewer department being able to cover all of its projects internally. And if I was philosophically, if I was dealing with what Keokuk has dealt with for the last 20 years on doing the sewer separation, I would have pushed back on doing these and funding it with TIF, the sewer projects that have been done. But you can only do that within the dynamic of creating a different structure of how you're using those funds. And I think that we just kind of missed that. What's that? I would have done less funding of sewer projects, but the only way you can justify doing that when you're talking to the EPA and saying, I can't afford it, is to show what else you're using it on instead. And I don't know that we did a great job of doing that, but be it what it may, it's understandable to use it for those items. I would have preferred not to use it for sewer separation, to have it more towards projects. Would have preferred not to have done the Southeast Iowa Development Center, but that is an appropriate type of project to do it on. And streets. I mean, it makes a lot of sense to do it on streets. If you have the project that upper story housing on the 600 block is an ideal thing to be using it for, because your whole goal there is to try to improve the community dynamics here to help growth to happen. We are not, I mean, if we're a high growth area, we're going to use TIF. My recommendation is to use TIF towards, you help make getting an industry in here happen with, and you use it for incentives, you do TIF rebates on the taxes, those types of things. And I think that's still a tool to use that we need to be ready to use. But we're more the dynamic of how do we help to change the look of and appearance of our community to make it an attractive place to want to be. We need to do things that are streetscape sensitive, long-term, that help to improve this community and stabilize it. So some of what we have done, I would say, matches that. I think that we need to get to where it is not being used on sewer separation in the future and used on these other things. All right. This fund, the next fund, 160, Economic Development, has been a mishmash over the years. We use it for a lot of as we've had housing grants, we've used it as where the in and outs have gone into. And really that kind of makes sense that nuisance abatement revenue, the $45,000 a year that we have in that, as Casey does her nuisances and we get people paying them back for the nuisances that we have to pay for, then we get reimbursed. It does provide seed money for housing rehab grants and things like that. Now, looking to have, I don't know, maybe 200,000 going into next year. I'm using it on something that I don't really feel really happy about, a transfer out to the SID Center, 80,000. But that's to cover next year's deficit, and it needs to be covered out of somewhere, and the cash is here. I think that long-term, that is a bad thing to be doing, because this is really designed to be a seed source for covering some of our costs with housing grants, really, it should be. But we've had other payments go through here. And if you look down at what's been called miscellaneous service at the bottom, we are a partner in Siripa. Do you want to give that's a levy authority. What does it stand for?
Southeast Iowa Regional Port Authority.
Southeast Iowa Regional Port Authority. Yep. And this is a combination between the county, ourselves, Fort Madison, or any other partners involved in this?
That's the primary purpose, but it's a group you can actually reach out And it's the group that we use to get the fiber optic network put in. They're able to partner with private organizations, whereas it's really difficult for cities to do that. So it's a way that we can come together and fund and get projects done. You see what you see right now with the fiber optic network. There was seed money put into that of about $2 million of ARPA funding from the county. We're seeing over a $50 million return now because of the project that was completed and the NOFOs, notice of funding opportunities, from the state. We've got some big heavy hitters coming in here, IMON and some others that are coming in and putting in fiber optic network throughout the county now. So it's an organization that's able to be able to do that.
And this is basically designed, what we're putting in here to address their administrative costs that go into it on an annual basis. The organization relies on Southeast Iowa Regional Planning Commission staff to really make things happen. So again, our partnership with Southeast Iowa Regional Planning Commission is a vital thing for us continuing to operate. But other things that have been funded out of here, I mean, KEDC used to be at 60,000 a year. The current year is 5,000. I'm saying next year is none. They still have some operating revenues, but they don't have a whole lot. Main Street has been funded out of here in 25. It was 40,000. The current year it's 65,000. Next year it's none. It's moved over to the general fund at a $40,000 level is what I was recommending. The Southeast Iowa Regional Planning Commission, they manage, I think, 3 different revolving loan funds that we're associated with, and they charge us for the administration on those. And so I'm recommending that we continue that. And then Lee County Economic Development Group, we funded at 30,000 this first year. I called her yesterday and told her I think I'm not cutting it down a lot, but I just, in terms of needing to keep that SIRPA funding going, I reduced theirs by that 3,500. For context, I think Fort Madison here is, I think 20,000, or was it for the current year? I'm not sure what their number is for next year. Okay, any questions? The next fund is a new fund, Fund 165. And this is something that I took what we were funding for housing demo out of the general fund that we were covering out of operations, moving it over here, funding it with that short-term borrowing that we will pay off with local option sales tax, property tax relief portion. It's a way to still use property tax relief to cover what we had been traditionally doing with general fund dollars. And again, I think this year was maybe 190,000 that we had budgeted for housing demo. We could probably spend $1 million on housing demo if we could process them that fast.
That'd be a start.
Fund 167, we kind of talked about with the library trust. This is they manage this, and the library manages this and uses the funds that they raise to try to supplement what's going on at the library beyond what we provide them. And we've got several funds that are kind of like dormant beyond that. Grand Theater has a reserve fund, 168, that has just a $1,000 cash balance. Is this Tolmie Park? Is that supposed to support Tolmie Park, the Fund 169?
That's a CD that we hold.
See, there was I think it was a $75,000 donation that went in that needs, the principal can't be touched, but the proceeds can be used for Tolmie Park related projects.
And we did draw on that interest to do the rehab of the shelter house out there that's currently being done.
Yep. The pool pool has $1,000. Again, I think I mentioned it last time, it could be used to paint the pool. Your $100,000 project, I think that'll almost cover it. That's Fund 182. Fund 199 is a debt account now. That was the ARPA funds that we received. Is it American Rescue Plan? Is that what at some point, I think that'll stay on our reports for another year or two before it goes defunct. Debt service fund. Even though, so debt service fund is required to have, we run pretty much all of our bonds through here. So bonds that are, even if the principal and interest are covered by TIF revenues or sewer revenues, we pay for them in here. We have to transfer money from those other funds to cover the portions that are related to the sewer and TIF. But this reflects the in and out is, again, with debt service, it's basically property tax. And then those transfers in from other funds. FY27 will have the funds coming in from TIF, from sewer, and then local option sales tax, property tax relief to cover the bond payments. You notice sewer, we didn't do a transfer in this current year, and we're looking to do 500,000 next year. And that's what we're using the rate increases from sewer from, is to try to cover and reduce what's going on for debt service payments out of here. And you notice property taxes, the funding formula for property taxes is a pain, but every fund has like your property tax, utility tax replacement, biz property tax replacement, commercial industrial property tax replacement. These are all the things, those replacements all reflect the fact that the state legislature has taken property out of taxation and pushed more and more of the taxation burden onto residential property. So it has exacerbated what people feel individually because of the dynamics of what they have done with trying to fund these replacements over time. And if you can go back and look through the history since the 90s of the state making these changes, they do tax replacements and then they typically phase them out. And the business and commercial industrial property tax dollar ones, those are being phased out now. And it's happened with pretty much every single one of them as time has gone on. They promise to do it and then they take it away with the next time they're in a budget crunch. And blame us for it. But that's part of the dynamics, and you just have to know that that's part of the dynamics when you discuss it. Anyway, the balance in there, we're going to enter 27 with $600,000. I hate to see 666 as a number, but we'll use that's. I mean, the reason it's going to be larger than what it has been is we're moving the property tax replacement portion of lost over here and buying down our debt service levy, but also funding those projects that we've kind of identified, the roof at the PD fire department, the equipment for police, fire, city hall. I'm sorry, I would skip Brian's piece of equipment too that's funded with that. And then housing demo are all kind of now being a flow through here, so we account for those dollars appropriately. Even if it doesn't make sense to us as lay people, it's the way the state wants us to do it. The next fund, Fund 301, I think, Brian, you were wanting to have the street committee get together in the near future.
Yes.
Short answer.
I talked to the mayor. We kind of decided to wait till this budgeting stuff was done.
But the majority of what Brian will present when he goes into that committee group is to do the projects that I've kind of outlined down below. And it's not like I did not do these down below the engineering and actual capital project numbers with the idea of presenting it to you guys. It's for me to track and try to, and then make some guesses as to where those payments will be made across years, because projects don't match fiscal years. And just to see where we would stand cash-wise as we move forward. The projects that Brian is going to be looking on a 5-year basis to do in this fund, that goes through Palian. Is that how, did I pronounce? Palin.
Don't pronounce the.
I'm horrible with this stuff. Is I tried to see what it would take to address it. And you may notice, well, for the current project that we're working on, Timea is in there. It has the SRF funding for the sewer portion. It has CDBG funding for the sewer portion. You see the local option sales tax money getting transferred in to try to make this budget work. But his 5-year street plan is predicated on the idea of borrowing $5 million out in 2029. That would match kind of what what previous discussions had been to try to do a borrowing I think every 3rd year. And that's actually a 4th year out, because we did the borrowing in 25, but this will get us, I think, keep us in line. Our debt service levy should be able to fund this. It's a matter of what else it can fund as opposed to whether it can fund this or not over the long term. Barge is a project that it's the fondest one in everybody's mind, I'm sure. Fund 302, it's a dead project. Sid Center 303, we do get the rental income. We transfer in from economic development enough to offset what our costs are going to be. It really hardly matters how many tenants are in there. If you have the electric and gas on, they're going to cost a lot of money because it heats the whole place and it's significantly inefficient.
Jim, may I just ask a quick question here?
Yep.
And I don't mean to beat a dead horse or anything. I know it's been a long morning and everything. With the Sid Center coming in at a total expenditures of $171.5, and earlier you mentioned that demolition of the building, should we be in that position, could be upwards of $2 million. Even at 171,000, if we're committed to paying this kind of money for the remainder of our commitment, what number comes in lower? 2 million up front to demo the building, or 171 stretched over 14 years?
Our commitment to funding requirements, I think, goes to 2032, maybe 2031. I'd have to go back and look at my files, but it's about 5 years left of operational commitment that we have with Economic Development Administration on that grant. After that, I think it's the 2031, 2032 timeline where we can do anything we want with that structure, and they don't have a clawback that's part of the discussion. Because technically, if we close that down now or repurpose it to something else, we owe them 30% of what we sold the building for, which probably ain't going to be much, or what its market value is. If you put a market value on the structure, I don't know what it would be, but it's probably $1 million or $2 million. We could owe a significant clawback. Now we can have a talk with them about potentially waiving that, but that's only with a negotiated settlement. We're not even to the point of doing that. We just have to know that that's something that is on the backside if we do something in the next 5 years. So there is a dynamic of, if you do something now, it can cost you more than if you wait 5 years, depending on how those discussions go. For the right reason, though, it makes sense to do that. I'm not to that point. We don't have an option that's out there for us to consider, but we are trying to get someone interested in that facility, someone who has expressed interest, but you have to get the right combination of levers from not just us, but from the state and the federal sources to make that be possible. We're going to see if we can get that done over the course of the next few months. So again, trying to repeat on it, we've talked about this a little bit before, but I'd like to at least give that an option and see if we can get that to practically work before saying that your two options are just to continue as is or demo.
So the hope would be to get rid of it.
That's my hope, but I don't know if that's everyone else's, but that's my hope.
I would love that,
We all would.
you know, but
Okay. Brownfields, and I didn't know how much to put in here for actual relative cost, but it's pretty much a pass-through. We get reimbursed fairly quickly for our expenditures. So I just put in a number to try to cover what we might spend on that. Now, again, we've got $6 million worth of grants that are actually starting to have the demo projects occur. And the majority of them will be this next fiscal year. I just don't know how much. Technically, it could be a little higher than that 4.5. I don't think that it will be, but just trying to get a number that will cover us. Airport, these projects had been in the general fund. They kind of, doing a capital project in the general fund kind of makes the numbers hard to track from year to year. Throwing it out here, we got a project that's like a $864,000 for lighting upgrades on one of the two, is that on a taxiway?
It's on the secondary runway.
Secondary runway. Our match out of that should be in the 44,000 range. I put in a $50,000 transfer, just to, it may be a tad higher than that by the time you have change orders or actually go out to bid and find out what you get.
And being it's a lighting project.
It's not likely to, but.
Light bulbs are hard to buy American.
One of the things that happens, yeah, it does make it hard. One of the things that does happen with this, with the airport, because of the federal funding that goes on, we tend to do a project every year and have a local match every year. I'm not too concerned about having a little bit of carryover anyway for what our local match portion is, because we will have ongoing projects there. A lot of times they just don't close out in the current year anyway. Fund 306 is also a new fund, and it is where bond proceeds would come in from the short-term borrowing that's paid for with local option sales tax, property tax relief portion, and the items that it's covering. Trying to have separate allocations for police, fire, park and rec, Brian's, whatever that stupid Bobcat is, and the data processing software upgrade and improvements down at the police department, fire department. Perpetual care, Fund 500. This one's out of, oops, yeah, this is the right order, isn't it? Because I'm going through it in a numerical order. This is when we do lot sales out at the cemetery, half of the revenue for those lot sales goes in here. I think I increased it. I can't remember if I increased it to 6,000 or left it at 5,000 in the other fund, but we've been doing more like 4,000. We've had a little bit higher. We've been as low as 23 or 2,600. Brian's going to be bringing forward the next couple of meetings, revised set of fees for the cemetery. The lot sale price would go up under that fee schedule, and I think you just matched what Fort Madison has.
roughly. I might have made it a little higher. I did comparables with Mount Pleasant, Fort Madison, Burlington.
Okay.
Currently, we are really low compared to the rest of them.
So you're designed to try to get us caught up with where others are. And, you know, lot sales are supposed to help. I mean, the asset base that's in here is supposed to offset the cost of running a cemetery. 500,000 does not generate enough revenue on an ongoing basis to cover our 288,000-ish. I can't remember. I think it's something like that cost to operate the cemetery, to maintain it. See the revenues back in 610, the sewer fund. These, I have in here, I went ahead and left the next couple of years out because when it comes to the out years, I'm trying to just do a little bit of what if scenarios on it. It's not designed to be completely accurate on the out years, but at least make sure that we're in the ballpark. What's built in on to this next year's budget is a 10% increase on class 1 sewer fees. That's commercial industrial accounts. No, just industrial accounts, isn't it? And then class 2 sewer fees, which would be the resi, and I think the commercial fits within the class 2. That has a 7% increase for it. We have had, for the last several years, the class 1 fees have had an automatic 10% increase. And the way the ordinance is written, that is an ongoing automatic 10% increase every year until the council determines to make a change. And I think I modeled in here when I'm doing modeling on the residential, a 7% increase for 27, then a 7% increase for 28. And I think the out years I had at the 3% figure that I was 4% is what I've got built in on that, though I don't know that we have anything set in what the rates increases are after that. I can't remember. It might have been the 4%, and that's why I modeled it. I'd have to look at it. I wasn't really thinking about that when I was doing this presentation. And then we have, for our monitoring charge for the pretreatment program, we do, they pay for permits. We also, Tom, does that include when we're doing the evaluations, the chemistry work for it too? The sampling? Yeah, so we've got revenue there that's projected to increase a tad every year. And I think that's an area that I would like to take a look at over the course of the next few months as to, are we at the right level for what we're charging for the rates on that program? But that's, and out of the sewer fund, I mean, we've gone over the expenditures. Tom did the Fund 815 this morning. He covers the 815, 816, the industrial pretreatment work. And then Michael is responsible for the 817 that he presented. And you can see the transfers out for bond issues at the bottom. If there was revenue enough, we would do more transfers. The Soap Creek is a debt service issue that is explicitly sewer that we're still not able to cover out of sewer. The Victory Park is a sewer project, a separation project that we're not able to cover the full cost on. In fact, very little of it. And another long-term dynamic in here to be worried about, we lose 40 residential accounts every year. I can't remember the number that we have. I want to say it's like 4,800 maybe. That might be too high. But we're losing about 1% of our accounts every year, 1%.
One thing that I found out though is that when we have a housing development, it's like, say it's a 40 unit, like the one that was just built out on Johnson, that's considered one meter when there might be 30 meters there. So it's a little misleading.
For those that are billed as one account as opposed, some of them are billed as separate accounts.
Yeah, meaning that most generally in the apartments, they pay for the sewer and water. And so you don't see those 30 meters or 40 meters, you see 1 meter. So it's a
Yes.
little,
It might not be 40 houses. It is 150 people every year that we lose. So even where we don't lose the account, generally the system looks at how many people are in town. I mean, you look at your number of accounts, it's going to be a pretty good representation to get it. We lose 1.8% of our population every year. There's a formula for how much water gets used. Do you happen to know it, Tom, per person? I want to say it's like 2,500 or no, a household of 2.5 uses like 5,000 gallons a month or something like that. I don't know. But the point being, we're losing a good chunk of accounts and population, and every one of those means there's less revenue coming in because we bill on there's a fixed amount, but there is a volume based, and we have volume based just on number of people is going down over 1%. The number of accounts we have is going down 1% a year. It offsets. I don't have that built in anywhere on my revenue increases over time. So we're really not increasing revenue at the rate that I'm showing, even if we have those rate increases going on. And Tom's cost of operation and Michael's cost of operation don't go down because we have fewer accounts. They have fixed infrastructure in place, and it's aging as part of the problem too. We kind of went through some of these reserves. There's 4 or 5, I think 5 different sewer reserves in here. The projects that, like in Fund 611, the projects that Tom talked about earlier are listed in there. And it's not using up quite all of the cash balance that's in there. There's no new revenue coming into it. Fund 612 is been a closed out account for a while. Fund 613 is that set aside that had to, for meeting EPA DNR requirements that we are trying to get used up by the end of 2028. Fund 615, I didn't identify anything it's only got 31,000 sitting in it. And then Fund 617 isn't a budgeted capital item that's out there, but it's got a little over $1 million. This is one where I talked to Michael, and even as I was playing with how to make a project work out there, what I've got in there for revenue that could offset the cost on that project is not accurate. If he does a $2 million mainline repair, gets identified that many different projects, and I think he had a $2 million list at one point. He's worked off on some of it. I don't think he's updated the actual cost for what's left on it, but they're working on putting together what does it look like to do what our current needs are, because that was a list from several years ago. Looking to probably do an SRF loan on that in the future. And if we can get it done, I think if we get it done this year, get it on the intended use plan for it would be eligible for that bill grant bill. So the end of next year. But our goal is to get this on the intended use plan, eligible for SRF, the state revolving fund loan, so that it could potentially receive 30% reimbursement from that grant funding. Absent of that, it's still eligible for CDBG, but it can't occur until after the Palin Street, or Timea Street is done, because we've got CDBG funding on it, and their rules don't allow us to have two CDBGs open at once. And even though I had two separate CDBG grants in here and discussing with Southeast Iowa Regional Planning, getting a project that's size large enough to where it would be eligible for funding would require, it wouldn't allow $1 million, and getting $500,000 funding isn't feasible. It needs to be a larger project. I don't have anywhere identified in here the lift station, but I think in some spot we would try to work over the next 4 years getting the lift stations done as well. They would be eligible as a whole for a CDBG grant as well. It couldn't happen again at the same time, but we'll try to work that in over the course of the next few years to figure out where it fits in. And we do have some additional cash on hand that can make these projects work, but at some point, there's going to be a need to do additional borrowing in the future. I think it's a few years out, but Seward's got to be able to figure out how to make that happen too, moving on a, next 4 to 5 years. Devin asked, why do I do that? Earlier about, after, I guess right about the time Tom finished up, about tracking these different funds. What was your real question about that on that? Or do you remember about whether we are tracking these?
Yeah, if we're tracking them, and also how we can work, all have access to watching these.
So I think part of the dynamics, if you think through how much change there has been in my position over the last 3 years, I think this is the kind of thing that gets lost. You can't keep track of this stuff. It needs long-term oversight. And, that's going to be a concern for this next year as Pam leaves. The stuff that she's dealt with you've been here most of your career, 5, 10 years. Maybe a little bit longer than that. You've got a lot of knowledge in your head about what's going on. And as making transitions happen and not lose track of where things are is difficult.
Do you think you'll be able to put something in place going forward? Because I know, I was on the council of 2018 to 21. And I think maybe in 1 or 2 of those years, we mentioned some of these, but it hasn't been discussed or watched, So I think that's where the discrepancy's coming in.
Some of it with this stuff, your last CIP plan was done when, Brian?
Before I got here. I think 22 or 21.
I think it's 2022 or 23, actually.
I wasn't a part of making the CIP plan, and I came into this position in December of 22.
Yeah, so somewhere in 2022, and actually it might have been 2021 for the 2022 to 26 timeframe. A 5-year CIP plan has not been done since then. I got some of these folks to get me some numbers on stuff, but I was not concerned in November, December, getting a full 5-year CIP plan done and approved. I'm more concerned about getting this year's budget to work in the general fund. It's been, because there's too much going on. You can only handle so much at a given time. Anything else?
Can we, maybe each
Yeah.
department needs to do their own with the professional. And so then when we have what are we doing in 5 to 10 years, we all can meet up and go in the same direction.
It's going to be important. I think we need to get, for doing things the way they need to be done, things need to get a little bit stabilized. Making, at the time where we're, for example, changing debt service levy from $7.50 down to $3 is a major change. And we need to be at a dynamic of, can we be stable with what we're asking for? Now let's plan within what our stable is. What can we actually afford to do at this level? And so like my thought process is, let's get to where we're doing the $3 levy. Now let's look at the kind of projects that we want to do. Police and fire want a new facility at some point in the future. You've got to plan on where, now the fire department has gotten a lot of their big equipment that just kills a budget taken care of. But you still got to make sure that we're funding what any of those major dollar amounts that they have down there. Zeth, I think you gave me a 5-year list of items, and we need to build that into trying to figure out how to fund it. So you're wanting to do sewer, get together for infrastructure meeting? I think that we've started to have Michael and Brian.
Michael and I, and then working with V&K, we're trying to put one together, which, as Jim mentioned, is going to be in the near future, would be the point repair projects and then lift stations.
So we need to get that kind of in line, along with, I keep on pushing Tom to get projects to make sure that we're identifying what the needs are down there. And I think that he's taken care of for the next 3 years maybe, but we need to get a focus on getting those out years done so that you do have those to look at. And that's part of why you're doing your set of street projects that need done. And it needs to be put into place with library facility, what the needs are there. But you start putting all these different things together, and there's not going to be enough funds to cover everything. So then you got to figure out, what can you do? But I can't figure out what you can do until I know that we get to a stable point. Let's get a priority keeping that debt service levy at a given amount. Now build a bond structure that you can fund within it with bonds that are done appropriately. And what does that mean? The bond issue that was done last year with no principal payments for a decade is not how you structure bonds appropriately. If you're going to do appropriate bonds, you need to get to where you are, like on a street project, it should be a 10-year bond issue with annual payments that are pretty level. And then you build a bond. I mean, technically you want to get to where you start to build a bond ladder so that you have a bond issue come on this year, bring on, if it's going to be 3 years later, have one come on then, 3 years after that. And if you do that, when you get out to year 12 or so, you're starting to layer in where another one goes off, so that you get yourself structured appropriately over a long term. Given the dynamics of how projects have been funded, the SID Center was all backloaded. Then the 2025 bond issue is all backloaded. The next 5 to 10 years, are really going to be more of a transition process. How do you build in projects that slowly get you back to where you have a well-layered set of bond issues that you do pay off in the right times, that are level premium and interest payments? Over the next decade, I imagine that we need to figure out, how do we keep within that overall levy and gradually get to, we'll have some years where we have bigger payments than others as we try to work it to where it's more level. But those are all, that's a process that takes about probably a good year's worth of planning to get those leveled out. They're a hard discussion that requires a lot of forethought in doing some goal setting. And I think that we need to have a goal setting session where we do lay out what are the priorities in the community, and then try to address them where we can. And I would say that over the next, if we haven't gotten to where we're talking about doing cuts, but when you go through a transition like that, you have to get settled on the dust on that before you can start to lay the groundwork for doing longer term longer term planning that's really well thought out. I mean, I'd like to be able to do it all at once, but it just doesn't work.
So to kind of recap how this conversation has gone and maybe bring it back to one of Devin's original questions, what I'm hearing is that we need to work through this budget. We need to make the decisions that need to be made so that we can see what our position is going to look like moving forward. Because we can't make long-term plans until we know what it's going to look like moving forward. I know one of the mayor's goals was to have a strategic planning, and maybe he had mentioned like fall time to let some of this process play out. So Devin, I think maybe from our standpoint as on the council is we just need to provide some oversight to make sure that we do come back to this after some of these big stages have been accomplished, just to make sure that, you know, like you said, back in 2018, we talked about some of these things, but then it fell through the cracks. So we need to make sure that we don't let these things fall through the cracks.
Is that good enough for? Okay. Solid waste. We've got right now on the funding side, because actually this is the reason I'm having to go through all these, we have not presented revenues, right? And I like this better than this Celeste sheets. Sorry, Celeste. Our current ordinance has rate increases built in it through, I think, 2030. It's maybe only 2029. I can't remember one or the other, but $1 per year. And at some point, we'll end up having to revisit that. This sheet, one of the things that I added on the bottom we see the projects that Brian had outlined, $45,000 estimate for a fence down at did we talk much about that when you did your presentation or no?
Yeah, a little bit.
And what's driving that need again?
The easement that the city could grant to the individual across that property out there.
And again, I know it's not his recommendation that we be doing this, but if we do grant that easement, we somehow have to provide some protection.
Yep.
That could potentially be a larger expenditure because you're trying to do a minor portion of fencing as opposed to really truly fencing off that area. But the repairs that you're looking at, the leachate cap, one of the long-term things that needs to be in here when we talk about long-term planning, a new cap. That's a $2 million, by the time we get to it, probably more than that, project that somehow we're going to have to fund. And will be one of those items that is a fixed cost the city's going to have to take care of. And that's one that'll be forced on us from the outside.
Right now, we're budgeting Band-Aids for out there at kind of about $50,000 a year just to appease DNR, so.
And DNR has been acceptable of it, but at some point they will force our hand on doing something more than what we're doing. Bridge fund, I basically built in here, if we get to where we have a contract, we'll start to see an increase in revenue happen out there in 28, not this next year, but 28. The revenue that's in there is based off of what our current structure is. And I don't know, it may be that we propose something sooner than that, but in terms of what the budget is, I'm not saying to change it right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking that we need to have a meeting on that real soon.
Yep.
Get that in line.
And I don't know who's over that, but like we're continuing to do update calls with the short line in regards to.
We've got next Tuesday to go over the latest draft of our MOU, which I think everybody's on the same page right now, so.
But really, it's all designed, that MOU is all designed around the Chrissy grant for bridge improvements.
Correct.
And if that doesn't happen, I think that we can move forward with just a talk about changing the ordinance and the fee structure that we have in it. So, but I'm not there yet saying that we need to do that. but
Well, I
we
just-
are that's on the landscape here over the next few months.
Hell, it's costing us a couple $100,000 a year, so
Mhm.
that's
Well-
not acceptable.
That in and of itself is not what's costing us that much. And this is where I'm pushing back on how Brian does this. We budget 2.25 full-time people to the bridge fund. Basically, we are covering a cost of these guys to go out and mow in the parks and cemetery and other places and allocating them here and paying for them out of this fund.
Yeah, I understand that, and we've been doing that for 30 years.
And so we've been eating into that principle to cover really, I mean, some of that staffing time needs to be there, but it's not 2.25 per people.
Right, I just think that that's fine, that's going to be a good discussion, but at the
Yeah.
end of the day, we change that and we make sure that bridge is being paid for.
Yeah. And then we have an internal service fund, this Fund 810. This is where we receive money from the water department and the housing agency, housing authority. They pay us and we pay for their insurance. They're on our group insurance plan. Is that right, Celeste? So the payment for their health insurance costs is a flow in and out on this account. And it looks like I probably shouldn't have budgeted it quite like I did, because I think we're probably always in arrears by a month based on the way this is structured, but so it should always run a deficit. But again, we're running about 775,000 a year. That's what I got in there for.
I do have one question about the city's insurance. We've been using it, which is fantastic, but we've been using the same insurance carrier for, I don't know how many, 20, 30 years or longer. Is that something that we go out for bids on locally at any given time?
For local rep, yeah, there's a difference. You have two questions in there probably. There's a local rep and then the underlying health insurance provider. But
Correct.
those can go for a request for proposals on that service.
I think we should.
That's not going to be part of the budget process, but I
Correct.
think, I
But I'm
understand.
just talking
Yep.
so we don't get it on record.
All right. I spent an awful lot of time on that. That's all the funds outside of general fund, right? You guys have the Celeste budget worksheet she had for all of the revenue accounts. And I just kind of tried to provide an overview of where those budgeted figures fit into all the other funds. Within that good enough to you? All right, so Celeste sheets for general fund revenues, well, the worksheet or the printout that she gave that has all the revenues on it, about the first half of it is general fund revenues. And I'm giving you it in a different format. I don't know that it is cleaner for you to look at or worse for you to look at. And now I don't have it open. Come on, can I open something? So I tried to break it out so you can see like police, the different police line items and the revenues there. One of the things that we have different in this year from previous years on the police department, we don't have any grant-related projects put in here. And Chief, I don't know that you had any specifically in mind, but we don't have any, if you do, we don't have associated costs in here that would go with it either. So is that, do you have any in mind that you
You're
may be
talking about
applying?
For the next fiscal year. Yeah, we'll apply for the GTSB grant again, but will be roughly between $10,000 and $15,000, and part of that's some equipment. But outside of that, I have to look at the funding opportunities that come up and look at the individual grants and see if they apply to our particular department, or if it would add additional ongoing costs to the budget in the future, which obviously we don't really have the ability to sign up for those sort of things.
So your GTSB grant is built in here, about $10,000 for this next year. It's got its own line item.
Is that for the one that hasn't been applied, or for the current one? Because
The current one, so yeah,
their fiscal year runs different than ours. It runs from October through September, so it goes over
actually, you
two
know what?
fiscal
I don't
years.
know which one it is. It's basically when we had a discussion about what we might be getting this next year, trying to match it against the expenses that would go with it.
Sure.
We receive about $50,000 a year from the school to cover, is that position called the school resource officer? The task force, we've been receiving a significantly reduced number over time, but we do still receive some funding.
We do, and they changed that a little bit this year. There's some added language in there that allows for, like, when our tactical team gets called out due to a narcotics search warrant, we're able to apply for reimbursement for the overtime associated with that call out. So it's not specifically utilized for the investigator that's in the task force, which is good if you don't currently have one assigned to the task force due to staffing. But yes, it's significantly less, and it's split between 3 agencies.
The one area that you've had an increase has been in court fines over the last couple of years, and some of that is writing it on our codes versus on state. Is that correct?
Yes, 2 years ago, we adopted, basically mirrored the 321 traffic code of the state into our local ordinances. And by doing that and writing the city codes as opposed to the state codes, the funding is a little different. More of the funds stay locally as opposed to going to the state. We don't write any more tickets than normal. We still operate as we always did. It's just a different mechanism as far as where the funding goes.
We get to capture more of it. Couple of different animal licenses, some inspection fees from the fire department. Notice the street funds, we talked about that already. It's moved over to the road use tax fund, that's $70,000. Airport has some leases in it. Actually, this figure, so at 40,000 is basically what we budgeted last year. We have not been collecting that much. We may be higher than that this next year, though, and the 40,000 might be actually underselling by 1,000 or 2, maybe a little more than that, depending on timing. It's a proposal that we don't have an agreement in place, but it may end up being a couple of thousand higher, just based off of a new lease that's potentially out there. And then fuel sales. This is an area where we have seen a significant increase in fuel sales out at the airport. People do stop, when flights will stop here and refuel, and he has priced our fuel at a discount to what a lot of other locations are, to where it becomes profitable if it's en route to map this as a spot for refueling versus other places. We do not make a tremendous amount on it net. In fact, do you remember I have it on a separate sheet, so.
It was around 30,000.
Yeah.
Ish.
The revenue side. So even though the fuel sales are up like the current year is 150,000, next year is 233,000. It's not like we're seeing 80,000 more of net revenue. We're seeing an offsetting probably $65,000 increase in fuel costs. Bulk fuel should net out to zero, and it's one that I think that we need to talk about in terms of raising the fees to what we're charging by a penny or two for the admin fee, because we're netting out with a cost of $1,000 or so on an annual basis, and we should actually have a little bit of profit to help cover the infrastructure costs out there. The library does receive their county payment is shown in the revenue, and some other miscellaneous charges. The River Museum collects a set amount of fees on an ongoing basis. The theater, basically, outside of when they had to do this HVAC system that was a $70,000 project, they typically raise the revenues that it takes to run their operations, and you'll see that they do net out to pretty much zero in this next year's budget. The parks has some miscellaneous, I mean, there's some park camping, overnight camping, or Tommy Park revenue in general, and then some overnight camping revenue that is basically matches what long-term trends have been there. Same with them, we do get some minor receipts that are in that recreational miscellaneous charge. Cemetery reflects the interest off of their perpetual care, or what's in the perpetual care fund, that any CDs that we have out there with that. I think you put the revenues on that, Celeste, I'm assuming is how you divide that out. And then lot sales, hoping to be a tad higher this next year, not much, but a tad higher. Hotel motel tax is, we kind of went over the overall revenue expenditure, but it's just a reflection of staying at about the same figure that it's been the last 3 years.
Are we still, I don't know if you know this, but when we do the sales tax on that, or the hotel motel tax, when the customer pays it, a percentage, do you know what percentage we're at? We're at the state level still, or?
7%.
Do you know what the state level is up maximum?
I think it's 7%. An area that I think that I asked Pam to revisit where we're at is our building permits, just to take a look at whether the fee schedule should be looked at for having some alterations done. I just asked her that on Friday, so I don't think she's got a comprehensive answer for that. Yeah. So there are some fees that we could potentially raise, and one of the options that I have for trying to right-size the budget is looking at, I just put an estimate of about $10,000 more that we might be able to receive in that. It's because we raise about, as you see in the budget, just over 50,000 a year.
And what do we charge like for a resident or a commercial property that is vacant? How long does it take, how long does it take before it's vacant, and when do we start charging?
You're not talking into a mic.
I believe it's 90 days. And then the fee actually, I believe it's $250 to start with. And then each year that it's vacant, it doubles. So it just continues. I mean, it does continue.
Is there a difference between residential and commercial?
No. No.
So like some of the buildings on Main Street that's been empty?
She is working on those, yes. Yes. Casey's very diligent about the vacant property.
Well, one of my concerns is like some of these buildings that are empty, and then some of them are not tax exempt. They don't really have a big effort to try to push that facility as much if they're not paying taxes on it. So I just didn't know if there'd be a tax exempt situation where
So
do
can
something
you give
different.
me an example of a building you're referring
the
to?
old Curlings building,
I'm sorry.
the old Curlings building, Curlins. It's tax exempt.
I mean, I don't believe that matters in how we're doing the vacant property
Okay.
situation. We do want to relook at that. I think that our purpose mainly is to make sure that their buildings are, they're keeping up and with the maintenance, the mowing, and that type of thing. So we're kind of looking at it to where if somebody comes in and they mow it, you know, they do take care of it, it's secure, the roof's fine on it, that maybe it is less of a fee, then, I mean, that's our purpose.
Right, I understand that and I get it, but and there's probably nothing we can do about it. But I was wondering that like if someone gets tax exempt status,
Mhm.
whether it's a church or medical or whatever. Now, like I said, there's probably nothing we can do, but I was wondering if it stays vacant, that maybe there ought to be something where they lose that tax exempt status if they're not utilizing the building.
Yeah, I doubt very
Not
much if
ours.
that's anything that we have
We
any
can't do it
control of.
locally, but,
Right,
it's more
correct,
of a federal thing.
correct.
We do historically have some refunds on insurance, and I mean, that varies by year dramatically. We always have at least a base amount, and that's kind of what we're reflecting there. Typically, it means if we do have a bigger number, we have a bigger expenditure somewhere that we weren't anticipating though too. Transfers in. We haven't done a transfer in TIF in the past, but we're transferring in $25,000 to cover administrative costs with the TIF plan. That covers legal and then time spent from staff. It's not designed to be a large amount, but just designed to offset at least a portion of what it costs. We spent more than that just on the attorney fees last year when we did or this current fiscal year when we did the plan amendment to the TIF plan. And the list of the transfers is down below at the bottom of my sheet. It has the transfer in from lost for the 10% human development. There's some for infrastructure. That's the 40,000 for Verity painting or the capital project that you're doing there prior to what anniversary is this?
100-year.
100-year anniversary. Again, if they're able to go after community foundation funding and get it funded.
We do have one grant attached to that for about $9,000 right now. So
Anything that we have grant funded out of that cost, we would just have to reduce by the local option sales tax transfer amount by. Then there's a transfer in for property tax relief portion of lost that reflects the levy that we could be using, the airport levy that we're choosing not to use. And then employee benefits, $2,400,000 are the employee benefits that are in the budget for expenditure is just over that by a couple of thousand. So that is the total transfers. And then the remainder here, the general revenues. Main thing is property taxes and those tax replacement amounts. We do have a liability tax that is covering our cost of general liability insurance that comes out of the general fund. We have a special levy specifically that we're allowed to do. We do have, every year we have a beer cigarette permits. Those fees are pretty much the same every year. Franchise fees, varies a tad, but this is the not very much difference from one year to the next on what our amount is. I have it budgeted to go up 25,000 over what the current year is, over what last year was. It may be more, it may be less, depending on just where the collections come in. Interest, I have a little lower than what we were looking to be this year. I mean, our cash balance is going to be down. It's going down by, in the general fund, by 2 million the current year. We're just not, and the interest rates are lower. Absent doing some changes that Gary wants me to do, which I think we probably do need to make sure that we're investing as much as we can. I don't want to plan on more revenue, or I think we're going to be a little bit lower otherwise. We do have some miscellaneous leases, grants that just happen on an annual, that we're able to take advantage of on an annual basis. Property tax replacement pieces. One item that I think we'll bring up for discussion a little bit later, we annually collect from the water department an in lieu of tax amount of $200,000. There is no requirement for them to give us $200,000. I just want to make it clear. You can go a lot of places. The water department, even if it's a separate entity, does not make a payment in lieu of tax. But it's certainly something that we could revisit a little bit on what that amount is. And we had the question come up about fireworks donations. It's about $5,000 a year. And then we do get various refunds just over the course of the year in operations. Nothing that's planned, just that's the kind of amount, about the amount that comes in every year. And it comes into total revenue with that $8.8 million in the general fund.
I would just like to mention one thing, and we talked about doing the rebates back to industry on the franchise fees.
Mhm.
I think that should be in discussion at some point.
Noted. Expenditures. We've already gone over pretty much all of the general fund expenditures, but
Hold on. I grabbed two. We keep thinking we're done. I don't think so.
all right. So general fund expenditures. We've covered all the different departments already, but I wanted you to be able to see out of the $10,350,000 total expenditures, where it falls into the different departments. 3.8 million in PD, fire department 2.4 million, building inspections at 200,000 and the levy at 20,000. It means that public safety is 6.4 million of the 10,300,000. 65%, 2/3 of the budget is that. Airport, 400,000, that's a big number. Bulk fuel costs us 90,000, public works 30,000, so our public works area is 500,000. You see culture and rec broken out by area, but a total of 1.7 million. Pam's department, 190,000. That, I never track what that Faro Sill facility is. Which building is that, Brian?
The one down on the river.
That we had some discussions about the other day, and you store the Christmas and
Some
stuff
street,
in.
street department stuff in there, city Christmas stuff in there.
So that's operational storage costs for
That's
one of
the-
our
I think
sites.
that's the
What's that?
insurance.
Insurance. And then general city hall type expenditures, 400,000 in council admin. Our software program is the main part of, our accounting software program is the main part of that data processing, not all of it, but the main part of it, 50,000. Legal, about 220, and this next year, we're gonna be doing all of our union contracts, so it will be on the higher end of that. The building itself, about 60,000 for operational costs. Our overall city insurance, 430,000, and public TV, public access TV, 4,000. Transfer out, that's we collect the revenue for transit. And I don't know, maybe I should have just changed it, but at some point, we probably should, but we collect the revenue for C-Bus in the general fund with that levy. We transfer it to the bridge fund and pay for out of the bridge fund. It's been the way it's always been. And again, it'll probably get changed at some point. And then the previously mentioned franchise fee refund of 200,000. Now, I do a separate sheet on expenditures, and I do this to try to, before talking about looking at where are we spending our money, because there are departments, for example, when say that the Grand Theater is costing the city 52,000, the net cost though is what kind of matters. This sheet is not really a large amount different, but it does show that some of the departments, for example, airport actually costs the city about $150,000 a year to operate. That's netting out after their leases and the revenue they collect from fuel sales. Bulk fuel, about $1,000 a year. So when you start talking about where can you have savings, the net cost on those departments where they truly do net out is what you have to be able to look at. And again, like the Grand Theater nets out to zero. So it's not really something, it's fairly cash neutral. Now, we do have facility, if you have a major project to come up like the HVAC, it needs to be addressed by the city, but we try not to do that out of operations anyway. We have the local option sales tax, for example, the infrastructure portion that we can use to cover that. And never mind that the numbers at the bottom are on this sheet aren't designed really to, the total revenues and stuff doesn't necessarily offset exactly on the net expense, just I think because of the way I'm presenting it. And I wasn't really trying, I should have probably gotten rid of that line on this sheet. All right. Just because we do talk about transfers, this sheet is another miscellaneous one to cover before the one that will be the fun one. Just so you can see our transfers in and out between funds overall in the city. So I guess the only thing to note, we talk about having about 30, overall in the city, about 30 million of revenue, 30 million of expenditures. 6.5 million of that on both accounts is these transfers between funds. So we have overall probably about 24 million of revenues, 24 million of expenditures. And the summary sheet shows where that fits. You know, the general fund is less than half of that, but it's the largest account. And it's the one that we have the most flexibility on. And it also is the one that as the budget, as it's been presented, is still $1,552,000 in the red. How are we going to deal with that? Well, we have like a lot of options. There's some that I think all of them are painful. So some of them are less painful than others, but they're all painful. Everyone get one of those sheets. I don't know how anyone can be happy about this sheet. So the items at the top, when first doing the budget, the general fund had we did have some revenues that have changed since the beginning, but because it was like 1.7 million deficit, but then by the time everything adjusted out, we're at a $1,686,000 deficit in the general fund. I made some cuts already, or recommended changes. Planning department, building department, each of their budgets, I cut line items a little more than what they were wanting to have at it. They would have been more comfortable having a little bit higher. Recreation department, we mentioned when Brian presented his budget, I cut 15,000 out of that capital equipment line item. What's lost in that, Brian, when I did that?
It was actually out of the Park and Rec services.
Park and Rec services. And what is lost when I did that?
That typically goes, if the Park and Rec board has a recommendation, that comes out of there. They use it for the Fright Fest at the park, 4th of July celebration at the park, those kind of things. I mean, we did leave 10,000 in there, so
I left 10,000 in there, so hopefully you still have enough to
cover. We will have enough to cover those activities. We bought the Frisbee golf baskets out of that fund. Previous years, they like play equipment down at the riverfront that came out of that fund, stuff like that.
Okay. I've reduced what I presented to you has a reduction to tourism, 49,200, Main Street, 25,000. Then, we talked about the others within the hotel motel, the historic preservation, Lake Cooper Foundation, Rand Park Pavilion, Fine Arts, Art Center. Not in the general fund, over in the economic development fund. It also is cutting Keokuk Economic Development Corp by 5,000, cutting Lee County Economic Development by 3,500. I'm already figuring in that you're raising your rates for lot sales, and it's the charges there, and it's not like it's a huge dollar amount increase, and you may get a little bit more out of that, I'm not sure, but increased it by 1,000. But even with all of those, which you all haven't approved, you still have to figure out if that's what you kind of agree with or if you want to make changes to it. But doing that, it still leaves the deficit of $1,552,000. How do you cover it? You know, I've had a few sleepless nights trying to figure this out. But in terms of a path forward, the mayor was so kind to say I should suggest which ones out of the list that I have, which ones that I suggest make the most sense. Thank you very much. I think ask the water department to increase their payment in lieu of taxes by $10,000. I don't want to be too high. I mean, again, they don't have to contribute at all. Legally. But I think they should be, I'd hope they'd be willing to be a part of trying to come to a solution. Adjust our building fees and raise an additional $10,000. Somebody was asking once, twice, 3 times about the fee rebate. I think it's one of the first things that should be done is eliminate that. Are businesses going to be happy? No. I understand that. I hope that as you talk about it, between that and talking about doing a increase in the franchise fee up to the max, the $711,000 that additional revenue on the electric and the $135,000 on the gas side, that we're all feeling pain. And some of the businesses, I mean, everybody's got a different situation. Some of them have a high property valuation. Being able to communicate that we are talking about reducing the tax levy by $6, a little over $6 per thousand valuation. There's at least one business in town that's close to a $200,000 annual savings for. Keep it in context too. I mean, we're all feeling pain with it. There's no easy answer, but at least there are some offsets for that. For the industries that are impacted. It certainly doesn't help the private homeowner who's got to see that fee.
Jim, quick question on the franchise fee items lumped all together. We're locked in until July.
January 1.
So these numbers that are on the sheet
I'm showing
here,
the full year.
that'd be a full year. Okay.
And point taken, if we were, the timing on implementing a franchise fee, if you want to go that route, we have to, over the course, before July 1, we have to notify the utilities of our intent to raise them next January 1. Do the ordinance modifying it with an implementation date of January 1, 2027, because that's the first date we can do it, by the way our ordinance is written. And it's not going to be until March or April. We're going to receive either 3 or 4 months, 25 to 30% of a year's revenue out of that. So even if we're collecting an additional $850,000 on an annualized basis, we're going to, if that's the route that's used as part of coming to a solution, there's still going to be a loss. You're going to have to budget I would say you budget a $600,000 deficit, knowing that you have that revenue coming in for the ongoing years.
That's because then we'd go half the budget year before seeing that increase.
Almost
So
9,
In
8
actuality,
to 9 months.
we'd realize half the number here year 1, but then the next budget.
You would realize a third at most, because even though collections start, I mean, the rates would change effective January 1. So Alliant, I don't know their billing cycle, but if their bills go January 1 to the end of February, or the beginning of February, that's a month's worth of the new rate. They're going to bill out, they're going to get the revenue back by the end of February and disperse it to us by maybe the end of March. So we're going to be a good 9 months out before we receive any revenue out of that, if that's the avenue that's chosen. Here's where fun happens internally. Talk about eliminating the 2 unfilled sergeant positions. Or Is that right? Can't even read what I have. Yeah, 2 sergeant positions. And go ahead, talk about what this means.
Well, just the way that it's currently structured, we haven't had those 2 sergeant positions in years. Councilman Van Berkom, I think you left in 17. Yeah, so we haven't filled those 2 positions in 9 years. So the 2 positions you're actually eliminating, yes, we still budget for the sergeant positions in case we ever got to a staffing level to where we could promote 2 additional people to sergeants, which I thought we were taking steps to get there. We're close, very close, unless we implement some of these staff reductions, which I see out of all of them, I got 5 positions possibly on the chopping block. So currently, right now, we have 2 captains on night shift that do not work with a sergeant, which means if they want, they're working with less senior officers for 1, and for 2, if they want a day off, they have to make sure that the sergeant on day shift and the captain on day shift are not off. That way we can float the day shift sergeant to the night shift, which is fine, because in order to promote people to sergeant, I would want the night shift captains to be okay with the cost reduction. They get a little bit more pay working without a sergeant on night shift. They may not even want that. Regardless, essentially, we're talking about positions. We're currently still 3 short. We have 1 in the academy that's not on his own. We have 1 that's in field training that's not on his own. I know some of the council wasn't here when we kind of took the steps to address our staffing issues, which I'm supremely grateful that the council was able to do that, because we were at critical mass. We were down 33% of our staff. If we eliminate these positions, we're going to be right back in the same boat. I would like to have in-depth conversations with the Finance Committee, Personnel Committee, and Public Safety Committee, so we can sit down and kind of go over the numbers a little bit more. Maybe something makes sense. And I know that these are just recommendations, and it's nothing. I don't take any of this personal. I understand that these are decisions that have to be discussed, but I would like to have in-depth conversations about how that would affect the police departments, where we actually relate to other communities as far as some of the other things that aren't mentioned outside of budget and simple number positions we have. The city administrator mentioned Spencer, Iowa. Our crime rate is 3 times what they have. So that's not a comparable. It's a different community. It's only comparable by size. So yeah, I mean, I guess that's where I'm at. I could talk for a long time. I could answer specific questions, but I'd really like to meet with those groups and have in-depth conversations and hopefully give you enough information to make a good, logical decision that benefits our community.
And the hard part is we have about a month.
Yeah, and I'm willing to open up my schedule, shift stuff around, make it work. If it's got to be directly after a council meeting, obviously I can't meet with multiple committees at once, because then we would have a quorum and you'd have to have a public meeting. But yeah, I'm open to meeting on your terms.
Chief Baum, would you be available maybe sometime this week for a quick discussion with the Personnel Committee?
I'll make myself available.
Okay, we'll get together and see if we can find a day that works.
Sure.
And I'm sure he's not the only one who has concerns about this list. So, library allocation reduction, 100, well, finishing up with the sergeant, the impact of the general fund, 167,000. That's the pay. Benefits is 88,000 for those 2 positions. Now, I have them separated and don't have it included, because if you had those positions gone, and that's the same for all the other positions, the benefits, we may not have the cost, but I also can't transfer over from employee benefits levy that amount. It just reduces the amount that gets transferred over. So the only offset is the actual pay, not the benefits. Library allocation reduction, 100,000. Now, yeah, I know you're happy about that idea. Yep, you have a $640,000 budget. Now, one of the things that's from the city, from base city funds, what the different dynamic with dealing with the library versus talking about other departments, you as a group don't have the employee decisions. I mean, you can't, that's personnel decisions are not your purview on that. And so the only thing that you have control over with the library is how much actual dollar amount you have. So it makes it a different type of discussion, whatever the amount is that you have in here for this. Whether that's 50,000, whether that's 200,000. Eliminating funding for Union Depot, $8,000. Basically, we're covering the utilities and a little bit of extra stuff. That's a group that they may have the wherewithal to raise that from the group that's tied into that. They at this time anyway, they have a solid group that is involved down there, and I think they already do some things that they fund on their own anyway. So there's a potential that they can offset that, which is why I have it up here versus on I think that I had the Verity. I can't remember if I thought I had it down at the bottom. The River Museum funding, $24,500. That's our overall cost on that. You could quit funding that. You could quit it, but I think that's one that's more likely to, if we don't fund it, it's going away. And that might be what you think is the option that needs to be looked at this point. But I think that's a harder discussion just because of the dynamics of who's involved and what could potentially happen. I had then the detective position. This is a different discussion, and it is separate, Chief, because it is a different discussion over the two that have been sitting open for a decent length of time. This is one that you would have a different dynamic of how you would like to approach that, and I assume that you would bring that up as you talked with the different committees. Yep. Coming out of the last meeting, we talked a little bit about contract mowing. Well, I mean, we spend a little over 200,000 out of the different departments for it, reduce it by 25,000. But how are you going to do that? Basically, that means you have to somehow cover less area. Now, as we have that, let me give out a couple of things for you to look at. To think about, because all of this is things that you're going to have to be thinking about over the course of the next few weeks to figure out what is the right dynamic of what's appropriate. So when it comes to mowing, this is an idea of what Brian's crew has to cover across the city. And I was having I mentioned Spencer. I mean, I worked up there for a while, and the city manager there was talking about what they're presenting to their council with park closures, and he mentioned that they are way above average on actual park space. I did want to at least give you this as a perspective. I had never seen something that talked about what the recommended acreage was on a per capita basis. And there is, this National Park Foundation has their recommended acreage to make sure that you're addressing. It's not a, this is what it has to be, but at least it gives you a ballpark to look at. And their number was like 6 to 10 acres per 1,000 population. And it's part of what, as Spencer had this as they were looking at where they needed to develop parks. As you can see, that was from back in 2020. But they're now on the point where they're trying to figure out how to balance their budget. And they're looking at this in perspective. They have 17 acres per 1,000 capita there. They're closing parks because they can't staff the mowing and upkeep of it. And it may be that if you're thinking of perspective of, do we want to reduce how much contract mowing that we do? That is one, there's not a lot of ways to do it. There's some of the other facilities on that list that we'd like to potentially get rid of. But by and large, we're kind of fixed into these. We are well above the recommended amount, but I mean, it kind of makes sense. We're a community of 16,000 and developed a park structure that may not have had enough at that point, but when you get down to now, you're a community of 9,000. It's the same as everything else. Your needs change. And that may not, again, this may be something that you're like, this is stupid to talk about right now, but it may be something you're thinking about, even if not that, long-term, how do we make things continue to work? That's part of the perspective, I think. So, so even I put those all on the top list, but I mean, I just don't. It's because you made me. I still don't feel the ones that I feel the most comfortable about are eliminating the franchise fee rebate and then increase in the franchise fees, just because those are the easiest. All the other, they still involve pain, but not to the same kind of pain as what the others do. But there's a list of them down below of other things. Now, one that I've talked about a little bit that I don't have listed up at the top, how do we structure or look at the fire department long-term? But you can't look at it. It's different than how you talk about it short-term, and some of the options that are available, we're one of the few that doesn't at least do some level of a combination department to support ongoing operations in our size range. And as we continue to shrink, that's just going to get pointed out more and more as we move down population sizes. We have a department that was structured at a time when our population was almost twice what it was now. But making a change is not easy. For one, contractually, we can't this next year well, we could technically, but the contractual language that we currently have, you end up having to backfill if you have a below 5-person staffing without you being counted towards it, let alone anything else about safety and how you respond appropriately to a fire. So if you do make cuts short term, it's not going to save you any money. Long term, can you do it with less? Well, technically, Fort Madison has a staff of 16. Their chief does count towards their 5-person response on how they do things. I think we relatively have a little bit more fire calls than they do. We both deal with some pretty unique structures that we have to respond to. It can be done with 16. It's not ideal. The other portion that I think makes sense to talk about, just with the dynamics of what's going on with the community, a combination department. But it doesn't matter what I say. If this group up here doesn't support it, if the fire department doesn't buy in, and if people don't volunteer to be a part of it, you can't do it. You want to come to a speaker so that they can hear what you say too?
Our main concern is obviously safety. Roquette, that's a big building, a big complex. We got heavy industry here. That's why we were always staffed the way we were. You talk about, at a time when we had more population, that's true, but we've always ran minimum numbers, even during the heydays of this city. You've got OSHA mandates too that require 2 in, 2 out. You're getting us down to those levels, and we all, I think, remember what happened in '99, and that's essentially what happened with those guys, right? You're showing up with too few people. We also have a guy in the audience here that was involved with volunteer systems for years, and he understands the problems that those guys face too, trying to recruit and retain personnel. So while it looks great on a spreadsheet, in real world, it doesn't necessarily, you can strive to make that, because we would love to have more people show up at a fire, right? We'd like it. It's just difficult to ask people to, hey, can you come do these same things? It's below zero. We need your help. Would you come in and help us out? Volunteer systems are a lot tougher than they used to be. So,
Well,
and it's not to say we can't look at it. We can't pursue it. I just don't know, that it's actually going to be a fix.
And that's one of the things that concerns me about the idea, because one of the differences between what Fort Madison and us do and what the other communities do, the other communities are growing. They came from an environment of being the volunteer and are transitioning up. It is not easy to go the other way. I don't know that that's successful. I think it's an option, but they're getting down to 16 maybe is one level of discussion, and whether that's really appropriate or not. Transitioning to a combination department to backfill, I don't know how well it can work. Just because I know it works in this size of community, but you have to the only way it works is with a change in mindset, and I don't know that that can successfully happen.
There's 11 nine volunteers in the county now, and they're all struggling to have members.
To meet
I
their
just want
numbers.
you to be aware of that. The other thing is too, when you talk about our population decrease, our call volume is not. We just did another record year. The calls keep going up. None of that's disappearing, even though you got less people paying taxes. I understand that, but look out here at noon, how many people are actually in our community? Iowa State did a study on us back in 15 or something, was it, Pam? Somewhere in there. Iowa State study they did on us, like what was going on with Keokuk as far as our population decline and that sort of thing. They did a study on us, and they talked about it's a population of 10,000 with 30,000 people coming into our community at any given time, tearing up our roads, using our services. It's a difficult puzzle piece, but those are the facts, and that's the reality. I understand the argument of population decline, but it doesn't project to our department and how busy we have become. So, these are all things we need to talk about. I'm like Zeth, I'd like to meet with the committees and just, so you have a better understanding of what we're talking about. So, any questions?
Yeah, Chief Rose, I'm curious to learn more about the connection between our staffing and our equipment for the ability to respond to more unique cases, like say down at Roquette.
Mhm.
And I can't speak intelligently about it now because I have no idea. But just to have the ability to respond to a unique situation at Roquette, how does that affect our staffing levels? How does that affect the equipment we have to maintain and have on hand?
So if you break it down into, we're shifts of 3. It looks like we have 18 people sitting around. We don't, right? So each given day, there's 6 guys, but 85% of the time it's 5 because somebody's out on paid time off of some sort. That's where this minimum staffing comes into play. The contract it states that we won't go below 5. So if somebody's on a long-term injury or sick or whatever, that triggers the overtime. So essentially, when that bell rings, you've got 5 guys that are going to go try and, watch whatever's going on at Roquette. If they have a big problem, a hazmat incident, whatever, we do have a countywide hazmat team that we can activate. But, you know, they're coming out of Fort Madison, so you're still talking
Right.
a good half hour before they actually show up.
And-
Same with on-duty crews, you know, just take a regular fire, right? Just a structure fire. So NFPA says you're supposed to have 15 guys to fight a regular structure fire. Well, these guys are showing up with 5. And if you cut one person off the bottom on each shift, you're talking about they're showing up with 4, right? And so now your OSHA requirements of 2 in, 2 out. And if you read the report back in our line of duty desk, it talks about we didn't have incident command. We didn't. And so basically what that means is the guy running the shift the day, he's supposed to never put on a mask or go into the building. He's supposed to be watching from the outside, reading the smoke, understanding what's going on. So if things are deteriorating really rapidly, he can say everybody out, right? No matter what you're doing, get out of the building. So while you try to compare yourselves to other cities like, you know, Fairfield, I think was one of them, and Mount Pleasant, you know, they've always been volunteer systems. But like he mentioned, they're transitioning from volunteer systems because it's not working the way it used to. They're not receiving the help they need. They're actually adding paid staff. And it's just the society we live in now. I mean, it used to be an honored tradition, you know, it was grandpa passed it down to, you know, volunteer systems, you know, it's sustained, but people are busy. They got jobs. They got kids they're trying to raise. I mean, it's a difficult ask, you know.
So, to your knowledge, does Roquette have any staff on site that are trained to respond?
They have an
to-
emergency crew that I think is more geared towards a hazardous incident, not so much putting out fires and things like that. And I could be wrong. I know we train a lot with them with the hazmat aspect, but
Yeah.
I don't
And
believe
you
they
can
don't
probably
have
see where I'm
pumpers or
going
anything
with
like
this,
that. What's that?
Like if we are, if we have to maintain our staffing and our equipment to respond to threats specifically that might come from Roquette, maybe there are discussions that we could have. They could help us meet in the middle.
Sure.
To kind of.
It's worth talking about. I imagine they're, you know, well, I won't say it, but yes, it's worth talking.
Thank you.
I got a question for you. You respond more than just fires, so you do gas leaks,
Yeah,
you do
that-
EMTs.
Yep.
And time
EMS.
sensitive, by the time you get your volunteers to the station to get their stuff on, it's time sensitive.
That's
So
where the problem ultimately
That's-
lies.
yeah.
You're still talking about that initial crew trying to show up and handle whatever's going on and then waiting for whoever backfills, whether it's volunteers, whether it's the people we already have currently staffed, we activate them through the dispatch center for them to come back, and you're still talking 15, 20 minutes for those guys to show up too. So it is the initial response that's the ultimate problem.
I think something else that we kind of tend to not see with the police department and with the fire department is if we have layoffs in those departments or we don't fill positions, then we lose people in the community, and the majority of them are married to our nurses and our secretaries and our teachers and everything. And because firemen and policemen aren't just going to go get a job at Roquette if they lose their job at the fire department or the police department, they're going to move out of town. And then we've got the population dropping again. So I think we have to look at a little bit at that part of it too.
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe somebody will come in and buy their houses or whatever and bring kids to go to school, but that won't be a promise from the very start. So I just think we have to look at that part too.
Yeah.
Because
Except we'd probably do it by attrition, which we wouldn't be
Well-
eliminating, we wouldn't be firing someone. We'd do it through attrition.
And I understand that, but and if that happens that way, I understand that. But if we're looking at some of the things that we're looking at, and if we have to get rid of people, I'm not for getting rid of, I'm not for letting anybody go. And if we have to do it by attrition, then we have to do it. But I'm not for letting anybody go, not in the street department, not in the sewer department, not anywhere. Because I think there's other places that we've got to look. And I think Jim's doing a fantastic job at looking over everything and presenting what he can.
Yeah.
And, that's my goal. That would be my goal. If I had a choice, I'd figure out something somewhere, somehow. And again, he's doing everything he can. But I think that we have to keep our people where we have them so that we keep our people in our community. That's my point.
Correct. And without a hospital now, that creates another unique set of problems. I mean, I know they have 2 ambulances out here, but there's times now where we're having 3 calls at the same time, right? And so if both ambulances are gone, the fire department goes and takes care of it until, Fort Madison or Donaldson can release one if they have one available. But
And hopefully if the emergency room does come to Keokuk and they do get it set up,
That would
then
help.
that's going to be more work there, so.
absolutely. Any other questions?
Yes, I'd like to ask, if we do go to this system, are the fire department still going to be first responders?
It depends on how low, it all revolves around numbers, right? Like, so just like the combination system you're talking about, so the way I understand it, for every one person that was full-time you get rid of, you're supposed to replace them with 3 combination types, right? Because they're working full-time jobs type thing or vacations or whatever. And that's, we have the same problems the police talk about, as far as recruiting people that want to be paid to do it, right? I can't even get a list of 10, right? So right now, I think I got a list of, we've hired 2 off of it, and I think there's 4 left on it. So, and that's to ask them to come in and actually get paid and get health benefits and all that to do the job. People just don't want these jobs anymore.
And one thing, like with the police, we had volunteer policemen at one time.
Yeah, and I don't know how long it lasted, but it wasn't a real success. Your volunteer police department.
Yeah, that reserve in the state of Iowa's put some additional things in place as far as reserves go, and they require a lot more than they used to when I first got hired. We ran into some issues when I first got hired. I think we had 2 reserves still in the department at the time, and quite frankly, it ended up being they wanted to dictate what they would do at the department, and if they were assigned certain things, they would go home. So that's why our program.
And how many did you have when you initially started the program?
That I don't know.
Yeah.
But when I got hired, we had 2, and we may have had a third that was going through some illness but he
It's-
wasn't able to do anything.
Ends up being one of those things where, you watch it on TV and it looks fun, but when you actually show up and start doing it, it's
Well, one
not quite. as fun.
instance that I bring to mind is one of our volunteers was chasing a individual through a yard at night, and he fell in a hole, broke his knee.
Mhm. Mhm.
The city had to pay his workers' comp.
Yeah.
He was an electrician.
Because I think to get them covered under insurance or workers' comp, $1 a year was being paid, I think, to $1, so that the city could at least cover it. But yeah, the city does, they're technically your employee.
Would you and would your staff be receptive to asking for volunteers and see if we could get any?
I think it's time to have that conversation and see where it goes. Again, at the end of the day, we want to try to maintain safety. And I guess what I'm saying on that is, just because we put the call out and somebody signs up, we'd like them to go through the same, things that a full-time guy would. You need to go through our physical agility tests and our written tests just to make sure you're qualified just like the paid staff is.
Yeah, and I noticed.
And then
on-
there's, you're talking about a couple years of training to get them to the point where, they're useful,
Yeah.
and things like
And
that.
I also noticed on the bills here that it costs $5,000 for turnout equipment.
Yeah. Every,
Now that-
every year it
that-
goes up another 3 to 8%. Yeah.
That just gets them
Right.
suited.
Yep.
Okay.
And so if that guy doesn't like it after all, after you've purchased it, doesn't mean it's going to fit the new guy coming in. So, I mean, Fort Madison went through this too. They tried it, I don't know, 3 different times in a 12-year period. And same thing, when you put the call out, you'll have some people show up, but they have to go through the same training. Iowa law, I think it's federal law, makes them go through the exact same training the paid departments are, and they should, right, for safety purposes. And then, usually you get some younger men that are interested, but within 2 years or so, they're working full-time jobs trying to raise a family. They just, they kind of wash out. But again, it's worth looking at. We're not saying no.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure if it's going to stand up long-term or not.
And I want everybody to be knowledgeable of the fact that a lot of our our factories went to 12-hour shifts.
Mhm.
Now they have days off, but when they get a day off, they want a day off.
Sure.
They don't want to go down and volunteer.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that might be, you got a lot to look into. And from what we've been told is, this is not a mandate. We're not planning on doing away with shifts. Let's look at it.
Sure.
See if we can cut these
Yep.
things. We don't
Yeah,
have the
I'd like to reach
revenue.
out
We
to
gotta-
combination
We got to
departments.
cut somewhere,
Yeah, yeah, I get it.
but we don't want to cut our head off despite it, so.
Yep. Thank you.
I definitely want to say that, going through this process, I've been through this process a couple times. And we talked about where can we save, how can we make changes, and how do we get into the future? And that's why I brought up the strategic planning. I was able to sit in on one and I watched, I believe that plan not happen within a 2-year, 3-year span.
Yeah.
I saw us walking towards it. And what Jim has done, he has made it very clear cut and easy, because every year we do this and we try to figure out where to go, how to go about it. But we've never had a real sheet that says, here's the options, dollar by dollar, line by line, department by department. This is how we do it. And so just kind of sitting here listening to the conversations, I do know that, going into this is stressful, it's hard on everybody. We're looking at it saying, hey, do we take some things and put it back on the city and let them figure out how to do it through a nonprofit? If the city doesn't do it, if the communities don't do it, then maybe we might have to do away with a couple things to dial back to get ready for what we are looking at. We are looking at a declining population. So, I pay kudos to Jim putting this together, because it definitely, going through it this time, it makes more sense. It gives us more options, but it really puts it back on the citizens to say, it is within your grips and your hands to decide what our community looks like, all the way down to the parks, to our employees, to what we do in our schools, because everybody's asking for a lot of money.
Well,
So
it's kind of a, I don't know, wake up call, whatever you want to call it, that we live in a day and age when you got to have a resource officer in the school. Never had to have that before, but that costs money. We do have a big number of parks in Keokuk. When I lived out in West K, I actually went back and mowed some of that back there. I didn't know it went clear to the river, but man, there's a lot of park in there that we don't even can't use. Maybe there's some things we can do to cut that number down, because when I got on this council, the foreman did not mow grass, and they do now. That's a salaried personnel doing, as far as I'm concerned, hourly work. But it has to be done, because we just don't have enough hourly people to mow all the grass we got. So.
Continuing on the list, my position, I would say 53,000 out of the general fund. Doesn't really impact operations tremendously. Annette's position, when she's retiring this fall, I put in here what her portion of pay is out of the general fund. I mean, technically, you could probably save more in the general fund, because it would change, it'd make us have to restructure what we do with that position lost. It would put more operational or day-to-day needs on Brian, just in terms of his administration, because he's going to have to now do stuff that he was relying on Annette to do. It's changing the dynamics of what happens with the rest of City Hall staff, because they're going to have to pick up a lot of the public interface that's been going on with Annette. I think it might lead to another position, like probably Amy's, having its costs spread a little bit more between departments, because you're somehow going to have to pick up duties, and some of it's going to be associated with Public Works, and we would try to allocate appropriately. So it'd be a little bit more than that could potentially be saved. Not replacing Pam's position. breaking up her job duties into the different departments, I don't know how that's going to work, but it's certainly one that could be looked at. The planning and zoning side is different from what the building permits and stuff like that is. And some of the duties I think you could see go out, but my goodness, go ahead, Pam, we were gonna.
I do think that, if different departments would be willing to take on the building part of it, but I truly don't know. Even Annette, she does minutes for me for Board of Adjustment, City Planning Commission.
She does it for several meetings.
Yes. So I mean, you could possibly get the building part of it, to other departments. But I think you're going to need somebody to do the planning and zoning part of it. There's quite a bit to that. I think if you eliminate it and try to get different departments to do all of it, a lot of it's going to get lost after I leave
There's going
anyway,
to be a
just
lot that
because
just
of.
doesn't happen.
Correct. I even retired, I'll try to help as much as I can, if somebody calls. But I just think that even with the building part of it, the zoning part of it, it plays a lot into that because of the setbacks, and there's so much to it that I think that a lot will get lost in the shuffle.
It would. But that's one of the options that's out there. Closing the pool. Couldn't do that this next year because we were technically supposed to have provided notice to the Y by November if that was what we were doing. But on an annual basis, that's $120,000 it costs to operate it. No pay increases for non-union personnel. That would save $73,000. Everybody's ecstatic about that. It is not a great answer because you now create a dynamic that you're treating that group differently than your unionized personnel. And you have pay compression between the different bands. And if you're trying to get people to move up for promotions, you now have, what's the incentive to move up if you don't have a pay increase?
And on that note, in my department in particular, the sergeant rank would essentially be even with the rank underneath them if that were to take place, because the rank underneath them is in the union and would receive the bargain for 4%, where the sergeant would not.
Yeah, it's a hard dynamic because it creates some problems. Not fill another position in a PD. I mean, that's technically an option. That's presupposing you've already cut 3 others. Eliminate River Funding Museum, I'd mentioned already, $25,000. Change what we're doing with animal control. I don't have a solution for what that means. I just know we spend way more than anyone else. What could you save? I'm not sure. I mean, I looked at Boone spending $95,000 on theirs. That's the next most expensive operation out there. But the thing is it's most of the other communities, it's a hidden cost on the police department because your guys are staffing most of those calls if you don't have somebody who's doing it. So yeah, there's trade-offs. It's not like that's just a painless change. Do more in contract mowing reductions. But again, that's reducing additional sites for where you're not mowing now. Do a bigger cut to the library than what she already had a heart attack over, for me to throw out there. Administrative position in PD. That's the same headache that we're talking about in City Hall with if you don't have Annette, those are the same issues. And how are those duties getting done? Someone else is picking them up and it leads to a loss of something. You could do away with having someone running the airport, but you're not going to have the same type of airport if that's what you choose. We ran with an FBO before. You couldn't find one. I mean, that's easier to say than you can't find somebody to run most of these. A fixed-based operator is what an FBO is for an airport. Additional, even more reductions to tourism and Main Street than what I put in. I mean, those are the options I can think of. I mean, that's more than enough to do it, but I think you just heard any of them is going to hurt. And I don't know how you come up with a great solution. I don't have a magic pill to make it work without without fundamentally altering what we're doing somewhere. But that course that you're going to have over the course of the next month is to figure out what can we agree to mutually is what we're willing to work with as a change to what we are as a community, because it is all a change to what we are as a community.
Are we looking at additional increases in 28 then, in expenses?
The next year's budget will be 200,000 short again, if you get to a balanced budget this year. I'll tell you that right now, it'll be 200,000. That's just payroll increase. That won't be offset by anything else. So these are discussions that if you're dealing with them each year, they're still there, but you got to know that they need dealt with every year, not let slide. It's just the dynamics of where funding is. And absent a change to our revenue ability occurring that increases our flexibility in some way, it's not going to, that dynamic isn't going to change. And if you've tracked what's going on at the state capitol, that is not where they are headed. They are headed the other way. They're looking at further ways to limit our ability to raise funds, whether it's through property taxes or other means. One of the considerations that was up in last legislative session, I don't know if it's going to come up this session or not, limiting what you can do for franchise fee. That would take this off as an option, what we have in here, if they were to bring that forward this year. So, I mean, I can't paint a picture that says that it's going to get any better. It's going to be a continual process of this. Not this scale, but a continual process.
Just so we understand, everybody here, I guess. We have this deficit of 1.686 million. What happens if we don't reduce that?
You're going to run out of money at some point. I mean, does anyone come in and slap your hand? No, but when you can't pay the bills, you're in trouble. And if you have an emergency come up, you are in more than trouble. I mean, I don't want to see us get to the point, Burlington got to a point where it had to do a short-term line of credit to meet payroll. This town is a ways away from it, but what Burlington did was create deficit accounts in all these other accounts and hid their loss for years, and was relying on the revenues that were in, like road use tax or debt service or sewer. You can try to do that, but that is a hole that you put yourself down, that you don't come out of. We don't, actually, the dynamics in Keokuk are harder than they are in Burlington. This is a much poorer community. I mean, look at relatively across the state. We are one of the poorest communities in the state. We are the fastest shrinking community in the state. You cannot have things get unaddressed and think that you have the flexibility to come back from them. As it is, if you choose to use the franchise fee, you're already going to be down 600,000 next year just using that on a balanced budget. You don't have much wiggle room. Recommended level of cash on hand is, bonding agencies look at it, they want to see 25 to 30% of operating expenditures, which is $2.5 million. We're already below that number. You do that, if you don't, we're going to be, even with a balanced budget using franchise fee, we're going to end 2027 down at 1.1 million, which is about a 10% carryover. Technically, that 10% is trying to carry you to your property tax collections, which is 3 months later, 25% of a budget year. It doesn't work. We're behind. I don't know if that's a thorough enough answer to that.
No, it is. I just wanted to make sure we're all aware of the severity that we're in, you know, that kicking the can down the road, whether we like it or not, hasn't worked.
There's relative pain in all of these decisions, and I don't know what the magic spot is to be at, but you're going to have pain. We need a follow-up meeting. You guys all have had a lot thrown at you. I know you've got a couple of groups that want to have meetings in the meantime, but does this group want to get back together for a follow-up budget meeting?
This group has to get back together for a follow-up meeting.
What are you wanting to do for that? Were you wanting to plan that in the future or plan that now?
Let's pick a date. Yeah.
Before we end the meeting, Councilman Mahoney and Matlick had that little sidebar discussion about reducing staff through attrition and things. I just want to make it clear for anybody that's listening, it's my understanding that these options are not related to anybody that is currently employed.
Correct. The whole idea with any of the positions that were shown there is it's all done by attrition. Now, the one spot that I don't have that dynamic to say that is when I'm suggesting an alternative that includes a cut to the library. I have no, we just don't, I have no control over what that is, and I don't know how you address it, and that's not, I know none of that, if that was what was ended up being part of the solution, how you would do it. And it may involve, just because of the dynamics there of what your staffing is, that would be one of the outcomes of it. So that, I can't answer your question without acknowledging that it's more painful there. Everywhere else where I'm looking at positions and talking about them, it's, well, actually, there's another position, mine. If you eliminate my position, it's not through attrition.
Well, that'd be the end of a contract, not renewing it, right?
Well, it could be that.
It's kind of attrition.
It's kind of attrition.
I just want to make sure that the messaging to our staff is clear.
Yes,
that
yes, the
nobody-
messaging.
Nobody that is currently employed.
The whole
is on-
idea with any of it is when you talk about we don't have enough funds to kick the can down the road, it doesn't mean that we don't have the funds to, if you determine to do a position, you identify one that's being, that you know of a retirement in the future and use that as a spot to make an alteration in staffing. The next area that would potentially be impacted where it wouldn't be through attrition is in any of Brian's areas. Either mowing, like your rec staff, if it's an actual person rather than your contract labor, that's would not be done. You can't do that through attrition. And the airport, if you were making a decision with airport, that's not going to be through attrition. I'm sorry, now back to your next week.
I think I was here on Saturday again, 8 a.m. It'd be on the 31st. And just real quick, again, recap, just to hit the highlights, Jim. So on this summary financial, you're saying we're looking at a $1.68 million deficit.
Mm-hmm.
If we make the changes that you've already presented built in, we're down to 1.55.
Yes.
And then below that, if we do 1 through 10, that would cut 1.45.
So that'd be about 100,000.
And if we'd go all the way down here, we'd cut 2.2.
Correct.
All right. Just so everybody can look at that sheet and know what we're really looking at.
And it may be you have other options. There just aren't that many other choices to think of, even to look at.
And we're looking at in 28, just our baseline increase is going to be another 200,000 in cost.
Absent any other changes. I mean, that's kind of just you can kind of look at that as probably a baseline. It may be more, it may be less.
Other comments or questions before we adjourn?
I think it's important for us as council members, when we're looking at this and making these decisions and thinking things over, that, like it's been said many times, the can's been kicked down the road and we can't continue to do that. And so just coming from the mindset of, well, tomorrow's going to be difficult and it's going to hurt. We need to do what's best for Keokuk for 10 years down the road and 20 years down the road. If we want this town to even be relevant 20 years down the road, we need to make the hard choices today that have not been made over the last handful.
And I guess the way I look at it, simply put, is we all have different positions and that's why we're here. We all have our opinions. And that's what it's all about. But when some of us say we want to do some things and not others or whatever, we need to figure out a way, and each one of us needs to come out a way to figure out how to save this 1.6 million and where it's going to come from. And if it's not on here, we need to find out where it is.
Well, it's not saying that we just kicked the can down the road and not made hard choices. There have been hard choices made. I mean, I don't know what the number was of staff when I came here, but there was like 6 people in the bridge department when I came here. Now there's none. And the mowing was several people more than that. So, it isn't we haven't made hard choices. I just, this town ran away from us faster than we could keep up. So we need to look at it. We got to look at it, or we're just close the door.
Next Saturday, 8 a.m.
All right, thanks, guys.
Adjourn. Nothing's going to work for everything.
Was that worth staying longer?
Oh.
Well, the problem is that now it's, how do you come?
Usually we're not 1.7 million in the hole. Yeah. Yeah.
Not a big dollar amount. That's not a bad option. I think that